Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Birth of Shadow. In the beginning, there was only the convergence of possibility and void, where light and darkness existed as one indivisible force. The cosmos knew no distinction between hope and despair, between memory and forgetting, between the warmth of life and the cold embrace of death. Yet in that primordial unity lay the seeds of creation's greatest tragedy, for nothing pure can remain whole in a universe that demands balance. The birth of the Shadowfell was not an act of divine creation, but rather the inevitable consequence of existence itself. When the first spark of life ignited in the material plane, casting its brilliant radiance across the void, reality could not contain such overwhelming luminosity. Like a mirror cracking under the weight of reflected sunlight, the fabric of existence split, creating a dark reflection where shadow pooled and congealed into its own realm of being. This was no gentle separation, no careful division orchestrated by benevolent gods. The sundering was violent, catastrophic, a cosmic wound that bled darkness into the spaces between worlds. As the material plane blazed with the fires of creation, forests sprouting from fertile earth, rivers carving their paths to distant seas, mountains thrusting skyward in defiant majesty, its shadow twin writhed in the throes of its own terrible birth. Where the material plane knew the gentle cycle of seasons, the Shadowfell became trapped in eternal twilight, where flowers bloomed in fields of emerald grass, twisted briars choked landscapes of ashen soil, where children's laughter echoed through sun-dappled groves. Only the whispers of the departed stirred through forests of blackened bone. The Shadowfell was not merely the absence of light, it was the repository of everything the material plane had cast aside in its pursuit of beauty and hope. The plane's fundamental nature established itself through this primal rejection. Every joy experienced in the mortal realm created an equal measure of sorrow that settled like sediment in the Shadowfell's gray valleys. Every birth brought forth life's promise, while simultaneously deepening the Shadow Realm's wells of loss and ending. Every act of love and creation strengthened the bonds of the living world, while adding another thread to the Shadowfell's tapestry of isolation and despair. In those first chaotic eons after the sundering, the Shadowfell existed as raw emotion given geographic form. Grief became mountain ranges that scraped the colorless sky with peaks sharp as broken hearts. Loneliness spread into vast plains where nothing grew save the hollow monuments to forgotten names. Despair pooled in dark lakes that reflected no light, only the faces of those who would never return from their depths. The plane's inhabitants emerged from this emotional landscape like manifestations of sorrow itself. Shadow dragons coalesced from the concentrated darkness where great beasts had died in the material plane, their forms twisted by the anguish of their mortal counterparts passing. The Shadowkai arose from communities that had experienced such profound loss that their very essence was drawn across the planar divide, arriving in the Shadowfell drained of color and warmth, yet somehow still clinging to existence. As the ages turned and the wound between planes began to scab over with the scar tissue of established reality, the Shadowfell developed its own terrible ecosystem. Death became a renewable resource, harvested and redistributed through the plane's complex hierarchies of despair. Memory became currency, traded and hoarded by beings who had forgotten what it meant to create new experiences. Hope became the rarest commodity of all, so precious that its mere presence could fundamentally alter the landscape around it. The plane's geography settled into patterns that mocked the beauty of its brighter twin. Cities rose from the gray earth, their architecture following the logical conclusions of civilizations that had never known the warmth of true sunlight. Gloom wrought, the greatest of these shadow metropolises, became a testament to what mortals could achieve when stripped of optimism, functional, enduring, but utterly devoid of the spark that makes existence worthwhile. Yet, perhaps the most profound change came with the establishment of the plane's relationship to death itself. The material plane, in its rejection of endings, had inadvertently created a realm where endings were the only constant. The Shadowfell became the universe's accounting ledger, where all debts of mortality were ultimately settled. Every soul that perished in the bright world left an echo in the Shadow Realm, and those echoes accumulated like the sediment of countless ages. This cosmic roll attracted entities of immense power who found purpose in administering the plane's grim responsibilities. Ancient beings, neither fully alive nor completely dead, established dominions among the Shadow Realm's twisted landscapes. They became the shepherds of endings, the collectors of final breaths, the archivists of last words. In their governance, the Shadowfell transformed from a realm of chaotic despair into something far more dangerous, an organized system of hopelessness. The plane's influence began to seep back into the material plane through the cracks that had never fully healed from the original sundering. Shadow crossings appeared in places where tragedy had worn the barrier thin, ancient battlefields, sites of great betrayals, locations where love had curdled into hatred. Through these rifts, the Shadowfell's essential nature began to color the mortal world, introducing concepts of inevitable loss and inescapable sorrow that had previously existed only as abstractions. As mortal civilizations developed their understanding of death and developed rituals to honor their departed, they unknowingly strengthened the Shadowfell's hold on reality. Every funeral rite, every monument to the fallen, every tear shed in mourning created sympathetic resonances that bridged the gap between the planes. The Shadow Realm fed on these acknowledgments of mortality, growing stronger and more defined with each recognition of life's finite nature. The plane's evolution reached a crucial juncture when it began to attract those who sought to cheat death rather than simply accept it. Necromancers, liches, and other practitioners of undeath found the Shadowfell's energies conducive to their blasphemous arts. Yet, in their attempts to circumvent mortality, they only strengthened the plane's fundamental purpose, for true undeath was simply another form of ending, a rejection of both life and death that created its own category of despair. Through countless millennia, the Shadowfell established itself as more than a mere reflection of the material plane. It became existence's necessary counterweight, the realm where the cost of living was calculated and paid. Its gray skies and mournful winds carried the accumulated weight of every choice made in the bright world, every path not taken, every word left unspoken. The plain became a vast library of regret, its landscapes shaped by the topography of mortal sorrow. In its mature form, the Shadowfell stands as testament to the universe's commitment to balance. For every moment of joy experienced in the material plane, a corresponding measure of melancholy settles into the Shadow Realm's eternal twilight. For every act of creation that brings new wonders into being, the Shadowfell receives the weight of everything that creation displaced. It is the price of existence made manifest, the dark mathematics of reality expressed in geographic form. The plane's birth was both tragedy and necessity, catastrophe and cosmic justice. In splitting from the material plane, it created space for true appreciation of light by providing contrast through darkness. Its existence validates every moment of happiness by demonstrating the alternative, every act of love by showing the face of isolation, every victory by chronicling the weight of defeat. And so the Shadowfell endures, eternal and unchanging in its commitment to endings. It remains the universe's great reminder that all things must pass, that every story requires a conclusion, that even the brightest flame must eventually gutter and die. In its shadowed valleys and mournful cities, the plane continues its cosmic function, ensuring that the true cost of existence is never forgotten, never ignored, and ultimately, always paid in full. Chapter 2. The Raven Queen's Domain. Power corrupts, but absolute power over death reveals truths that existence was never meant to comprehend. In the heart of the Shadowfell, where despair takes physical form and memories calcify into monuments of loss, there rules a figure whose very name has been consumed by her transformation into something beyond mortal understanding. She who was once a queen of flesh and ambition became the Raven Queen, sovereign of endings, collector of final moments, and the embodiment of death's inexorable will. The tale of her ascension begins not in the Shadowfell's gray halls, but in the material plane's distant past, when she wore a name that has since been devoured by the cosmic forces she sought to command. She was a sorceress queen of unparalleled magical prowess, ruler of a kingdom whose borders stretched beyond the horizon, whose towers pierced the very clouds in their reach toward divine power. Her mortal realm knew prosperity and wonder, for she wielded magic with the casual grace of breathing, bending reality to her will with gestures that made other archmages weep with envy. Yet, for all her temporal power, she possessed a heart that harbored a fear more profound than any darkness the Shadowfell would later offer, the terror of being forgotten. She had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, seen mighty kings reduced to footnotes in dusty tomes, watched as the greatest heroes became mere myths distorted by countless retellings. The queen understood with crystalline clarity that even gods could fade if mortals ceased to speak their names, and this knowledge gnawed at her consciousness like a cancer of certainty. Her kingdom worshipped her as a living goddess, but she knew the fickleness of mortal devotion. Generations would pass, memories would fade, and eventually her name would be whispered only in the darkness between heartbeats, before being lost entirely. This realization drove her to seek something more permanent, more absolute than the temporary adoration of subjects whose lives flickered like candle flames in the cosmic wind. The Queen's research led her deep into the fundamental forces that governed existence itself. She studied the nature of memory, the mechanics of legacy, the arcane principles that allowed some essences to endure, while others crumbled into forgotten dust. Her magical investigations revealed the existence of the newly formed Shadowfell, that realm of endings, where all things came to rest in eternal twilight. In that discovery, she glimpsed an opportunity that would either secure her immortality or destroy her utterly. The ritual she devised was an act of cosmic audacity that would have given pause to the gods themselves. She sought to merge her essence with the Shadowfell's fundamental nature, to become not merely a resident of the plane, but its living embodiment. The magic required was beyond comprehension, demanding sacrifices that would have broken lesser beings before they could even conceive of attempting such hubris. On the night of her transformation, the Queen's palace became a beacon of otherworldly energy that could be seen from neighboring kingdoms. She gathered around her the greatest artifacts of memory and death, relics that had witnessed the final moments of legendary heroes, weapons that had tasted the last blood of fallen kings, mirrors that reflected the faces of the long departed. In the center of this circle of endings, she began the incantation that would either elevate her to cosmic significance or obliterate her from all possible existence. The ritual's climax came when she willingly surrendered her own name to the void, understanding that true immortality required the sacrifice of personal identity. As the syllables of her birth name dissolved into the cosmic ether, her mortal form began to unravel, not into death but into something far more profound. She became a principle given consciousness, a concept granted will, the personification of death's necessity made manifest in a form that could navigate the spaces between existence and ending. Her transformation reshaped the Shadowfell itself, where once the plane had been a chaotic repository of cast-off sorrows. Her presence brought order to the eternal twilight. The landscape reorganized itself around her new nature, creating the fortress of Letherna, where she would hold court over the accumulated memories of all who had ever lived and died. This citadel became more than architecture. It was the physical manifestation of remembrance itself, where every stone was carved from crystallized moments, and every hall echoed with the whispers of final words. The Raven Queen's domain within Letherna defies conventional understanding of space and dimension. Her throne room exists simultaneously in the past, present, and future, allowing her to witness the deaths of mortals across all timelines. The walls are lined with countless alcoves, each containing a memory preserved in perfect detail. A child's first laugh, a warrior's final charge, a lover's last kiss. These memories are not mere recordings, but living essences that continue to exist independent of their original owners, creating a vast library of mortal experience that spans the entirety of creation's history. In her transformed state, the Raven Queen discovered that ruling over death was a far more complex responsibility than she had anticipated in her mortal existence. Death, she learned, was not merely an ending, but a transition that required careful administration. Souls that departed the material plane carried with them unresolved attachments, unfulfilled obligations, and lingering regrets that could corrupt the natural flow between life and death if left unattended. Her role became that of a cosmic editor, ensuring that endings served their proper function in the great narrative of existence. She collected the memories that held souls to the material plane, preserving them in her fortress while allowing the spirits themselves to move on to whatever awaited beyond the final threshold. This process required an intimate understanding of every mortal's deepest fears and greatest loves, for only by comprehending what bound them to life could she effectively release them into death. The Raven Queen's ravens became extensions of her consciousness, serving as her eyes and ears throughout the multiverse. These creatures were not mere birds, but fragments of her own essence given form, each one capable of witnessing the final moments of any being's existence. Through their black eyes, she observed the last thoughts of dying heroes, the final regrets of fallen villains, the peaceful transitions of those who accepted their mortality with grace. Her relationship with fate became one of the defining characteristics of her divine nature. Where other death deities focused on the moment of ending itself, the Raven Queen understood that death's meaning was determined by the choices that preceded it. She became the guardian of destiny's integrity, ensuring that mortals faced the consequences of their decisions without interference from those who would cheat fate through undeath or temporal manipulation. This responsibility brought her into inevitable conflict with Orcus, the demon prince of undeath, whose very existence represented everything she opposed. Where she sought to preserve the natural order of life and death, he sought to corrupt it through the blasphemy of undeath. Their eternal struggle became one of the defining conflicts of the lower planes, a war fought not with armies, but with competing philosophies about the nature of existence itself. The cultists who serve the Raven Queen in the material plane are drawn to her not through promises of power or reward, but through a shared understanding of mortality's burden. These followers, known as the Shadowdark, have willingly embraced a form of living death that allows them to serve their mistress while still drawing breath. They become her agents in the mortal world, seeking out those who would disrupt the natural order of death, and ensuring that the cosmic balance she maintains is not disturbed by mortal ambition. Within her domain, the Raven Queen has created a court of sorrow sworn, beings born from pure grief and loss, that serve as both guardians and administrators of her realm. These creatures embody specific aspects of mourning and regret, each one representing a different face of sorrow that mortals experience when confronting death. Through them, she maintains order within the chaotic emotions that naturally flow into the Shadowfell from the material plane. The architecture of Letherna itself reflects the Raven Queen's transformed nature. Towers spiral impossibly into the gray sky, their surfaces carved with the names of every mortal who has ever died, constantly updating themselves as new souls join the ranks of the departed. Bridges span chasms filled with the echoes of final words, allowing passage between different aspects of her domain, while ensuring that visitors are constantly reminded of mortality's omnipresence. Her personal chambers exist in a state of temporal flux, allowing her to review the deaths of the past while simultaneously observing those occurring in the present and preparing for endings yet to come. The walls display an ever-changing tapestry of final moments, each thread representing a life concluded and its meaning added to the cosmic understanding of existence's purpose. Here, surrounded by the accumulated weight of universal mortality, she contemplates the patterns that emerge from countless individual endings. The Raven Queen's influence extends beyond the Shadowfell through the shadow crossings that connect her realm to places of significant death in the material plane. Ancient battlefields, sites of great betrayals, and locations where love transformed into hatred, all bear her mark, serving as gateways through which her power can manifest in the mortal world. These connections allow her to maintain awareness of threats to the natural order, while providing means for her servants to intervene when necessary. Her relationship with memory takes on profound significance within her domain. Unlike other collectors of the past who hoard recollections like treasures, the Raven Queen understands memory as a living force that shapes the present and future. She preserves not just the facts of what occurred, but the emotional resonance that gave those facts meaning. In her halls, the memory of a mother's love carries the same weight as the recollection of a tyrant's cruelty, for both serve to define the spectrum of mortal experience. The transformation that created the Raven Queen serves as both warning and inspiration to those who would seek power over fundamental forces. Her success in achieving cosmic significance came at the cost of her mortal identity, demonstrating that true immortality requires the surrender of everything that makes existence personally meaningful. She gained dominion over death by becoming Death's servant, achieving eternal remembrance by sacrificing her own name to oblivion. In the end, the Raven Queen's domain stands as testament to the price of ultimate understanding. She who sought to ensure her own remembrance became the guardian of all memory, preserving the legacy of countless others, while her own mortal story dissolved into myth. Her realm, in the Shadowfell, serves as both archive and warning, demonstrating that some knowledge comes with costs that transform the seeker beyond all recognition, leaving only the shadow of their former self to carry the burden of their ultimate success. Chapter 3: Shadowfell Geography and Realms. Geography shapes destiny, but in realms born from sorrow, the landscape itself becomes a map of universal grief. The Shadowfell stretches across dimensions that mirror the material plane's familiar territories, yet every mountain peak pierces the gray sky, like a monument to loss. Every valley pools with the accumulated weight of mortal despair, and every river flows with waters that remember the tears of countless ages. This is not merely a dark reflection of the world above, but a realm where emotion has crystallized into topography, where the very stones whisper of endings, and the horizon promises only deeper shades of twilight. The plane's fundamental geography follows the contours of its brighter twin, yet twisted through the lens of perpetual melancholy. Where fertile plains spread across the material plane in waves of golden grain, the Shadowfell presents endless expanses of ashen grasslands, where nothing grows save the gray stalks of sorrow wheat, their hollow stems singing mournful dirges when touched by the plain's eternal winds. These prairies stretch beyond mortal comprehension, marked only by the occasional standing stone that bears the weathered names of forgotten civilizations. Mountain ranges thrust skyward like the spines of sleeping titans, their peaks shrouded in clouds that never bring rain, only the fine mist of accumulated sighs. The dolorous mountains form the plane's primary highland system, stretching across continents in jagged formations that mirror the great ranges of the material plane, while telling their own stories of geological despair. Each peak bears a crown of perpetual frost that reflects no light, creating landscapes of stark beauty that speak to the terrible majesty of endless winter. Within these mountains lie the caverns of lost echoes, vast underground networks where every sound that was never heard finds voice at last. The words left unspoken between lovers, the apologies that came too late, the prayers offered in dying breaths, all echo endlessly through these stone halls, creating a symphony of regret that drives most visitors to madness. The caverns connect to similar networks throughout the plain, forming a vast underground system where the acoustics of sorrow resonate across impossible distances. The forests of the Shadowfell present perhaps the most haunting aspect of the plane's geography. The thornwood spans entire continents, its trees grown tall and twisted from soil enriched by the decomposition of hope itself. These ancient oaks and gnarled pines bear leaves of deepest gray that never fall, creating a canopy so dense that even the Shadowfell's dim light struggles to penetrate to the forest floor. Within this perpetual gloom, paths wind between trees whose bark bears the carved initials of lovers long dead, their promises of eternity mocking the very concept of permanence. Deeper within the thornwood lies the grove of final words, where trees have grown from the places where significant last statements were spoken in the material plane. Each tree embodies a different form of ending, some tall and noble, representing deaths faced with courage, others stunted and twisted, born from lives concluded in bitterness and regret. The rustling of their leaves carries fragments of those final utterances, creating a constant murmur of mortal wisdom, distilled through the experience of dying. Rivers flow through the Shadowfell like veins of liquid sorrow, their waters black as midnight yet clear as crystal. The river Styx meanders through multiple planes, but in the Shadowfell it becomes the weeping, a waterway that collects not just the tears of the living, but the very essence of loss itself. Along its banks grow the silver reeds that serve as material for the most potent memory-binding spells, their hollow cores filled with the crystallized remnants of forgotten dreams. The weeping feeds into the Sea of Sorrows, a vast body of water that serves as the plane's primary ocean. Its tides are governed not by celestial bodies, but by the collective mourning of mortals across all realms, rising when great tragedies occur and receding during times of peace. The sea's depths conceal the sunken ruins of civilizations that chose to migrate entirely to the Shadowfell, rather than face the impermanence of mortal existence, their drowned cities now serving as gathering places for the plane's aquatic inhabitants. Scattered across these natural features rise the cities of the Shadowfell, metropolises born from different aspects of mortality's darker experiences. Gloom stands as the plane's greatest urban achievement, a city that exists simultaneously in multiple locations throughout the Shadowfell, while maintaining a unified identity across all its manifestations. Its architecture reflects the inevitable conclusion of mortal ambition, functional, enduring, yet stripped of the unnecessary ornamentations that speak to hope for beauty's own sake. The streets of Gloom are paved with stones that remember the footsteps of all who have walked them, creating a subtle resonance that allows longtime residents to navigate by the echoes of ancient passages. Buildings rise in geometric patterns that please the eye through their mathematical precision, while offering no warmth or comfort to the soul. The city's famous clock tower chimes not with the passage of hours, but with the rhythm of universal mortality, its bells tolling whenever a significant life ends anywhere in the multiverse. Gloomrot's districts each serve specific functions related to the administration of endings. The merchant quarter trades in memories, regrets, and final moments, with vendors hawking crystallized dreams and bottled last breaths to collectors throughout the plains. The noble district houses those Shadowdark who have achieved positions of prominence through their service to death's inevitability. Their mansions built from stones quarried in locations where great loves have died. In the city's heart stands the Plaza of Unspoken Truths, where monuments honor the words that should have been said but never were. Here, the residents gather during the plane's equivalent of festivals, participating in ceremonies that celebrate the beauty found in acknowledged endings, rather than mourning what has been lost. The plaza's central fountain flows with waters drawn from the tears of those who found peace in accepting mortality's embrace. Beyond Gloom, smaller settlements dot the Shadowfell's landscape, like scattered beads on the thread of a vast mourning shroud. Deadhold serves as a fortress city where the plane's military forces gather to defend against incursions from the far realm and other sources of corruption that would twist the natural order of death into something even more aberrant. Its walls are built from the bones of dragons who chose to die naturally rather than extend their lives through undeath, creating fortifications that embody the dignity found in accepting fate's judgment. The village of Threshold exists at the convergence of multiple shadow crossings, serving as a way station for travelers moving between the Shadowfell and other planes. Its inhabitants specialize in the delicate art of guiding souls through the transition from life to death, offering services to those who have become lost between states of existence. The village's inn, the final rest, provides sanctuary for beings who are neither fully alive nor completely dead, creating a neutral ground where even the most bitter enemies can find temporary peace. Far to the north lies the Bone City, a necropolis where the architecture itself is composed entirely of the skeletal remains of creatures who died with honor. Unlike the blasphemous constructions of liches and necromancers, these buildings represent willing sacrifice, their very existence serving as monuments to the courage required to face death without flinching. The city's cathedral, built from the interlinked rib cages of ancient dragons, houses the Order of the Final Vigil, monks who have dedicated their existence to ensuring that every death serves its proper purpose in the cosmic order. The Shadowfell's geography also includes regions that exist in states of constant flux, their boundaries shifting in response to the emotional currents that flow through the plane. The territories of regret expand and contract based on the collective remorse of mortals across all planes, sometimes encompassing vast continents, and other times shrinking to isolated pockets of particularly intense self-recrimination. Within these fluid borders, the landscape itself changes to reflect the specific nature of each regret, battlefields appearing where warriors mourn their failures, empty nurseries manifesting where parents grieve lost children. Perhaps most mysterious are the neutral grounds, areas of the Shadowfell, where the plane's natural melancholy is held in perfect balance, creating spaces of peaceful transition rather than endless sorrow. These rare regions serve as refuges where travelers can rest without being overwhelmed by the cumulative weight of universal mourning. They appear spontaneously in locations where particularly profound acts of acceptance have occurred, blooming like flowers of resigned wisdom in the gray wilderness. The weather patterns of the Shadowfell follow emotional rather than meteorological logic. Storms gather not from atmospheric pressure, but from the accumulation of unresolved anger, their lightning born from the fury of those who died with justice denied. The rain that falls during these tempests carries the mineral essence of crystallized rage, enriching the soil with nutrients that allow only the hardiest plants to flourish. Snow falls when collective sorrow reaches sufficient density, blanketing the landscape in white silence that muffles all sound except the beating of mortal hearts. Seasonal changes occur not in response to solar cycles, but to the great emotional rhythms that govern mortal existence. The season of forgetting arrives, when enough souls have successfully released their attachments to mortal life, creating a time when the very air becomes lighter and the gray skies brighten to the color of pearl. The season of remembrance brings deeper shadows and more intense manifestations of loss, as the accumulated memories of the plane's inhabitants rise to the surface like corpses floating in a flooded graveyard. Roads connect these various features, not according to the logic of efficient travel. The King's Road mirrors its material plane counterpart, but travels through locations where significant royal deaths have occurred throughout history, creating a highway marked by the tombs of fallen dynasties. The Pilgrim's Path winds between sites of great spiritual significance related to the acceptance of mortality, offering a journey of enlightenment for those willing to confront their own inevitable endings. The borders between the Shadowfell's various regions are marked not by political boundaries, but by shifts in the emotional resonance of the landscape itself. Crossing from the Dolorous Mountains into the Sea of Sorrows involves not just a change in elevation, but a fundamental alteration in the type of sadness that permeates the environment, from the sharp grief of sudden loss to the deep melancholy of prolonged separation. In its complete form, the Shadowfell's geography presents a comprehensive atlas of mortal sorrow, each feature serving as both landmark and lesson about the nature of endings. The plane's topography teaches that even in realms devoted to death and despair, there exists a terrible beauty born from truth, acknowledged and fate accepted. Every mountain peak and river valley whispers the same fundamental message, that endings give meaning to beginnings, that loss validates love, and that even in the darkest realms, the geography itself serves the cosmic purpose of ensuring that existence remains precious, precisely because it cannot last forever. Chapter 4. Creatures of Eternal Gloom. Life adapts, but in realms where existence itself has been redefined by loss, adaptation becomes a form of tragedy, written in flesh and bone. The creatures that inhabit the Shadowfell are not merely monsters dwelling in darkness. They are living embodiments of what becomes of hope when it has been stripped away, leaving only the essential core of survival wrapped in shadows. Each being that calls this plane home tells a story of transformation, of what mortals become when they surrender joy in exchange for the terrible clarity that comes from accepting life's inevitable conclusions. The shadow dragons stand as perhaps the most magnificent and terrible examples of the Shadowfell's power to transform. These are not the chromatic or metallic worms of the material plane, but entities that have absorbed the very essence of endings until their scales shimmer with the dark radiance of crystallized despair. Each shadow dragon was once a creature of another realm, who chose to embrace the plane's nature rather than resist it, allowing their forms to be reshaped by the accumulated sorrow of ages. The eldest of these dragons, Umbrasil, the last memory, dwells in the deepest caverns beneath the Dolorous Mountains, where her presence has transformed the very stone into a substance that remembers every tragedy that has ever occurred. Her breath weapon does not destroy with fire or acid, but with the overwhelming weight of perfect recall. Those caught in her exhalation experience every moment of loss they have ever endured simultaneously, often driving them to madness or catatonia. Yet those who survive speak of a terrible peace found in that comprehensive understanding of sorrow's purpose. These shadow dragons hoard not gold or gems, but memories themselves, particularly the final thoughts of heroes and villains whose deaths shaped the course of history. Their treasure chambers are lined with crystallized moments of last breaths, each one preserved with the loving care that other dragons reserve for their most precious coins. The dragons serve as librarians of endings, ensuring that no significant death goes unrecorded, and that the lessons learned in final moments are not lost to the passage of time. The Shadowdark represent perhaps the most tragic adaptation to the Shadowfell's nature, for they are the descendants of mortals who voluntarily entered the plane and allowed it to reshape their very essence. These pale, emotionally numbed beings retain the general form of their original races, human, elf, or halfling. But their years in the plane of shadow have drained them of color, warmth, and the capacity for joy. Their skin takes on the gray pallor of twilight, their hair becomes colorless as winter frost, and their eyes develop the 1,000-yard stare of those who have seen too much of eternity's true face. The Shadowdark organize themselves into communities that function with mechanical precision, their society built around the understanding that emotional attachment leads only to greater suffering when loss inevitably comes. They practice a form of ritualized self-harm known as the marking, where they inflict carefully controlled pain upon themselves to feel something, anything that penetrates the emotional numbness that protects them from the plane's overwhelming sorrow. These scars become their only form of personal ornamentation, patterns of controlled suffering that tell the story of their attempts to remember what feeling truly means. Their warriors, known as the Sorrow Guard, serve the Raven Queen with absolute dedication born not from loyalty, but from the understanding that purpose provides structure in a realm where meaning must be artificially constructed. They fight with weapons forged from the crystallized tears of their own kind, blades that carry the accumulated grief of generations and inflict wounds that heal slowly, leaving their targets with a lingering sense of loss that serves as reminder of their defeat. The Sorrow Sworn emerge from the Shadowfell's emotional landscape itself, spontaneous manifestations of specific types of grief and loss that have achieved sufficient concentration to take physical form. The lonely are towering, skeletal figures wrapped in tattered shrouds, their presence creating zones of absolute isolation where no communication is possible, not from magical interference, but from the crushing weight of existential solitude that surrounds them like an aura. Mortals who encounter the lonely often find themselves unable to remember the faces of their loved ones, while in their presence, experiencing pure isolation in its most concentrated form. The wretched crawl through the plane's darker regions, their forms barely humanoid, twisted by self-loathing into shapes that mirror their inner torment. They gather in the places where great betrayals occurred, feeding on the psychic residue of trust, destroyed and love corrupted into hatred. Their touch carries the curse of profound regret, causing victims to experience overwhelming remorse for every decision they have ever made, no matter how minor or justified. The angry burn with cold fury that never consumes them, their forms wreathed in flames that give no heat but drain warmth from everything around them. They are born from rage that has fermented in the Shadowfell's emotional soil, growing stronger and more bitter with each passing age. These creatures seek out conflict wherever it can be found, not from malice, but from the desperate need to express the fury that defines their existence. Their battles serve as a form of prayer to the plane itself, offering the violence of their emotions as tribute to the cosmic order that created them. The undead of the Shadowfell differ fundamentally from their counterparts in other planes, for here they exist not as violations of natural law, but as accepted parts of the plane's ecosystem. Ghosts wander the gray landscapes not as tormented spirits seeking resolution, but as citizens who have simply shed the inconvenience of physical form while maintaining their essential identity. They serve various functions within the plane's society, as messengers who can travel instantly across vast distances, as archivists who remember events from their mortal lives, as counselors who offer perspective born from the experience of having already died. The wraiths of the Shadowfell have evolved beyond their typical role as malevolent spirits, becoming instead the plane's primary means of long-distance communication. Their ability to drain life force has been refined into a more subtle art. They can temporarily borrow vitality from willing subjects, using this energy to carry messages across the plane's vast distances before returning the borrowed life force enriched with the experiences of their journey. This symbiotic relationship between the living and the dead represents one of the Shadowfell's few examples of cooperation transcending the boundaries of mortality. Shadows themselves achieve a form of independent existence within the plane, separating from their original owners to pursue their own agendas. These shadow beings retain fragmentary memories of their mortal origins while developing their own personalities, shaped by the specific fears and regrets that created them. They form communities in the spaces between spaces, existing in the gaps between reality where light has never touched. Some serve as spies and scouts for the plane's various factions, while others simply seek to understand their own nature as beings defined entirely by absence. The shadow mastiffs hunt in packs through the plane's darker regions, their forms barely visible even against the gray landscape. These creatures were once ordinary dogs whose loyalty to their mortal masters was so absolute that they followed them into death, their devotion transforming them into something that could exist in the Shadowfell's emotional environment. They serve as companions to the Shadowkai and other long-term residents, their presence offering the only form of unconditional affection that the plane allows, love filtered through the understanding that it too must eventually end. Perhaps most disturbing are the shadow versions of creatures from the material plane, beings that were drawn into the Shadowfell during moments of profound despair, and gradually transformed into dark reflections of their former selves. Shadow unicorns wander the thornwood, their horns now obsidian black, their healing powers inverted to grant the mercy of peaceful death to those suffering from immortal torment. Shadow treants tend groves where the trees grow from crystallized sorrow, their wisdom centered not on growth and renewal, but on the beauty found in cycles of decline and rest. The Darklings represent yet another form of adaptation, creatures that were originally fey beings who became lost in the Shadowfell and gradually absorbed its nature. They retain the fey's connection to emotion and symbolism, but their magic now draws from themes of ending and conclusion rather than growth and change. Darkling communities create elaborate art installations from the bones of creatures who died peacefully, their culture centered around the celebration of deaths that served their proper cosmic purpose. Among the plane's most enigmatic inhabitants are the shadow phoenixes, paradoxical beings that embody both the concept of rebirth and the finality of ending. These creatures burn not with the bright flames of renewal, but with cold fires that consume only that which has outlived its purpose. When they die, they do not resurrect in the traditional sense. Instead, they return as completely new beings, with no memory of their previous existence, embodying the principle that true rebirth requires the absolute ending of what came before. The shadow tigers prowl the plane's wilderness areas, their forms shifting between solid matter and pure darkness as they hunt. These creatures prey not on flesh, but on the emotional attachments that bind spirits to the material plane, helping lost souls release their hold on mortal concerns so they can move on to whatever awaits beyond death. Their hunting is seen as a form of mercy, for they target only those attachments that have become harmful to their bearers. In the deepest regions of the Shadowfell dwell creatures that have no equivalent in any other plane, beings born entirely from the plane's unique emotional environment. The grief elementals embody pure sorrow given physical form, their presence capable of inducing profound melancholy in mortals, while simultaneously offering the strange comfort that comes from shared suffering. They serve as therapists of sorts to the plane's residents, helping them process their various losses by providing a safe space to experience grief in its most concentrated form. The void wraiths exist at the intersection between the Shadowfell and the spaces between planes, creatures that have been so thoroughly drained of substance that they barely qualify as existing at all. Yet their near-nothingness gives them unique insights into the nature of reality itself, making them valuable as oracles and advisors to those who can bear their presence long enough to receive their wisdom. Throughout all these varied forms of life, a common thread emerges: the understanding that existence in the Shadowfell requires the acceptance of loss as a fundamental principle rather than a temporary condition. These creatures have evolved beyond the need for hope or joy, finding instead a form of peace in the certainty that all things end, and that there is beauty to be found in the honesty of that ending. They serve as living examples of what becomes possible when the fear of death is replaced by the wisdom that comes from embracing mortality's lessons. In their adapted forms, these creatures of eternal gloom demonstrate that even in the darkest realms, life finds a way to continue, not by denying the darkness, but by learning to dance with shadows until the distinction between light and darkness becomes irrelevant to the deeper rhythms of existence itself. Chapter 5. The Shadowdark and its Mysteries. Knowledge has its own darkness, and in the deepest reaches of existence, understanding becomes a burden too heavy for consciousness to bear. Beyond the gray twilight that defines the Shadowfell's inhabited regions lies the Shadowdark, a realm where shadow achieves such absolute density that it transcends mere absence of light to become a fundamental force unto itself. Here, in depths that exist below the conceptual foundation of the plane itself, dwell mysteries that predate the separation between light and darkness, secrets so profound that they challenge the very notion of what it means to exist. The Shadowdark begins where the familiar geography of the Shadowfell dissolves into something that defies conventional understanding of space and dimension. Travelers who venture too far from the gray cities and melancholy forests find themselves at the edge of regions where the very concept of place becomes negotiable. The transition is not marked by any visible boundary, but by a gradual dissolution of meaning itself. Familiar landmarks begin to feel uncertain, distances become fluid, and direction loses its relevance as the explorer realizes they have crossed into a realm governed by principles that predate the organization of reality into comprehensible categories. The darkness here possesses weight and texture, pressing against intruders with the accumulated mass of every shadow that has ever been cast. It moves with purpose, flowing like liquid while maintaining the penetrating quality of gas, surrounding explorers with a presence that speaks to consciousness directly rather than through the crude medium of physical senses. Those who survive describe the experience as being embraced by the universe's own dreams of non-existence, where thought becomes visible and emotion takes on geometric properties that strain mortal perception beyond its breaking point. Within these absolute depths lie the ruins of the first ending, architectural remnants of a civilization that achieved such complete understanding of mortality that they voluntarily chose to cease existing before the concept of death had even been invented. Their buildings, constructed from crystallized concepts rather than physical materials, still stand in defiance of time's passage, their surfaces inscribed with mathematical formulas that describe the precise relationship between existence and void. Scholars who have glimpsed these inscriptions report that the equations contain solutions to philosophical questions that should not have answers, proofs that consciousness is simultaneously necessary and impossible, demonstrations that reality requires unreality as its foundation. The civilization that built these monuments remains nameless, for they erased themselves so thoroughly that even the memory of their identity was consumed in their final act of cosmic suicide. What remains are only the tools they use to achieve their perfect ending, mechanisms of pure thought that can unmake concepts as easily as blacksmiths forge iron. These devices serve no purpose now except as monuments to the terrifying possibility that perfect wisdom might require the abandonment of existence itself. Among the ruins wander the forgotten, beings who once possessed names, histories, and purposes, but who have lingered so long in the Shadowdark that their defining characteristics have been eroded away by the absolute darkness. They retain the approximate shape of their original forms, but exist now as living questions marks, entities whose very presence poses the fundamental inquiry of what remains when everything that defines a being has been stripped away. They communicate through the exchange of uncertainties, sharing doubts and half-remembered fragments that might once have been important truths. The forgotten serve as inadvertent guardians of the Shadowdark's deepest secrets, not through any conscious intention, but because their presence prevents most explorers from maintaining sufficient mental coherence to penetrate further into the realm's mysteries. Their touch erases recent memories, while simultaneously implanting the vague sense that something crucial has been lost, creating a feedback loop of increasing confusion that drives most visitors back toward the relative clarity of the surface world. Deeper still lie the wells of unmaking, vast chasms that extend beyond the normal dimensions into spaces that exist sideways to reality. These apertures in the fabric of existence serve as windows into the void that preceded creation, offering glimpses of what the universe looked like before the first light gave meaning to the concept of illumination. The wells emit no sound, yet standing near them fills the mind with the echo of silence so complete that it becomes its own form of music, compositions written in the spaces between notes, symphonies performed in the pauses between heartbeats. Each well is associated with a different aspect of non-existence, creating a taxonomy of nothingness that challenges the mind's ability to maintain coherent thought. The well of never was shows visions of things that could have existed, but chose not to, while the well of might have been displays endless variations of reality, where different choices led to outcomes that make the current state of existence seem like a cruel joke. The deepest well, known simply as the Absolute, offers sight of pure void, not darkness, not emptiness, but the active negation of the very possibility of existence. The scholars who study these phenomena, calling themselves the Order of Final Questions, have established a research station at the very edge of what consciousness can endure. Their monastery, the Archive of Endings, exists in a state of controlled dissolution, its architecture constantly rebuilding itself as the Shadowdark's influence erodes its conceptual foundations. The monks who dwell here practice a form of meditation that involves deliberately forgetting essential aspects of their identity, creating mental space for insights that require the absence of preconceived notions. These scholar monks have developed a unique form of knowledge preservation that involves inscribing insights directly onto their own souls, creating living libraries of wisdom that can only be accessed by those willing to sacrifice portions of their own identity to make room for the stored information. Their chronicles describe discoveries that exist at the intersection of wisdom and madness, revelations about the nature of reality that can only be understood by minds that have released their attachment to logical consistency. Among their most disturbing findings is the revelation that the Shadowdark contains echoes of universes that were never created, shadow versions of reality, where different cosmic decisions led to entirely alternative forms of existence. These phantom cosmologies bleed through the walls between what is and what might have been, creating zones where explorers can witness civilizations built on fundamentally different principles of existence. Some of these alternate realities reveal forms of consciousness so alien that mere exposure to their concepts can fundamentally alter the observer's relationship to their own identity. The deepest archives contain records of contact with entities that exist entirely in the spaces between thoughts, beings whose consciousness operates on principles so foreign to material existence that communication requires the temporary abandonment of linear thinking. These entities, if they can properly be called beings at all, serve as custodians of possibilities that were discarded during the universe's formation, maintaining vast collections of unused concepts and abandoned principles that could have shaped reality in entirely different directions. The Shadowdark's influence extends upward through the layers of the Shadowfell, like roots spreading through soil, creating phenomena that manifest in the inhabited regions without revealing their deeper origins. The spontaneous appearance of sorrow sworn is attributed to emotional pressure from the depths below, while the temporal distortions that occasionally affect the plane's gray cities result from leakage of causality distorting energies that originate in the realm's deepest foundations. Perhaps most unsettling are the reports of structures that exist simultaneously in the Shadowdark and in observers' memories, buildings that become real only when remembered, but cease to exist the moment attention is withdrawn from them. These memorial architectures serve unknown purposes, their rooms filled with furniture that remembers being used by people who never existed, their halls echoing with conversations that took place in languages that were never spoken. The geography of the Shadowdark defies conventional mapping, existing as it does in states of constant conceptual flux. Landmarks appear and disappear based on the expectations of travelers, while distances expand or contract according to the emotional weight of the journey being undertaken. Some explorers report finding the same ruin in multiple locations simultaneously, while others describe traveling for subjective years, only to discover they have never left the point where they began their descent. The few reliable guides to these depths are the negation spirits, entities that exist as living contradictions to the principle of existence itself. They manifest as the spaces between words and conversations, the pauses between thoughts and meditation, the silence between notes and music. Communication with them requires learning to think in paradoxes and speak in contradictions, developing mental flexibility sufficient to maintain consciousness while embracing logical impossibility. These spirits serve as psychopomps for consciousness itself, guiding explorers through states of being that exist below the threshold of normal awareness. They offer passage to realms where the distinction between self and other becomes meaningless, where individual identity dissolves into larger patterns of cosmic significance that encompass entire universes within their scope. The journey they provide is irreversible in any conventional sense. Those who travel with negation spirits return fundamentally changed, carrying within them insights that exist beyond the reach of normal language or thought. The deepest mystery of the Shadowdark remains the question of its relationship to the multiverse's fundamental structure. Some scholars theorize that it represents the universe's unconscious mind, the realm where reality processes its own existence and reaches conclusions about its continued viability. Others propose that the Shadowdark serves as a cosmic recycling center, where worn-out concepts and exhausted possibilities are broken down into their component meanings and prepared for reuse in future creations. The most radical theory suggests that the Shadowdark is actually the universe's attempt to understand its own mortality, a cosmic examination of what it would mean for existence itself to end. According to this hypothesis, the realm serves as a testing ground, where the fundamental forces explore scenarios of universal conclusion, rehearsing the eventual end of all things, while simultaneously discovering what might emerge from such ultimate endings. Whatever its true nature, the Shadowdark stands as testament to the fact that even in realms devoted to ending and conclusion, deeper mysteries remain to challenge understanding. Its existence beneath the already dark territories of the Shadowfell serves as a reminder that consciousness can always discover new depths of experience, new categories of mystery that push the boundaries of what minds can encompass, while still maintaining coherent identity. In the end, the Shadowdark offers the ultimate philosophical challenge, the question of whether knowledge itself has limits, whether there exist truths so fundamental that understanding them requires the abandonment of the very consciousness that seeks to comprehend them. For those brave or foolish enough to seek such ultimate understanding, the realm waits in patient darkness, ready to offer insights that come at the price of everything that once seemed certain about the nature of existence itself. Chapter 6. Crossing the Veil. Boundaries exist to be crossed, yet some thresholds exact a toll that transforms the traveler more profoundly than any destination could justify. The veil between the material plane and the Shadowfell is not merely a barrier of distance or dimension, but a membrane of accumulated sorrow that must be pierced by those who would walk in the realm of endings. Each crossing leaves its mark upon the soul, and repeated passages gradually align the traveler's essence with the plane's fundamental nature, until they become more shadow than substance, more ending than beginning. The shadow crossings that breach this veil appear throughout the material plane, wherever tragedy has worn the boundaries thin between hope and despair. Ancient battlefields where entire armies fell in single days become permanent gateways, their soil so saturated with blood and final breaths that the very earth remembers how to die. Sites of great betrayals pulse with residual anguish that creates rifts in reality's fabric, allowing passage for those whose own hearts carry sufficient darkness to resonate with the plane's calling. The most stable of these crossings are found in places where love transformed into hatred with sufficient intensity to traumatize the local fabric of existence. Abandoned wedding chapels where ceremonies ended in murder rather than marriage. Family estates where inheritance disputes led to patricide, lovers' retreats where passion curdled into violence, all serve as reliable doorways for those who understand the specific emotional resonances required to activate them. The mechanics of crossing vary with the nature of the gateway and the spiritual condition of the traveler. Those whose hearts already carry deep wells of unresolved grief find the transition almost effortless, stepping through shadows that welcome them like long-lost family. Such individuals often discover that they have been unconsciously preparing for the journey their entire lives, accumulating sorrows and disappointments that serve as spiritual currency for purchasing passage to the realm where all endings find their home. For those who have lived lives of relative contentment, crossing becomes a more violent affair, requiring conscious sacrifice of something precious to their identity. The veil demands payment in the form of hope deliberately abandoned, joy willingly surrendered, or love consciously rejected. The most common ritual involves standing before a shadow crossing, while systematically remembering and then releasing every happy memory from one's past, feeding them to the darkness until sufficient emptiness has been created to allow passage. The physical sensation of crossing differs dramatically from typical planar travel. Rather than the abrupt transition common to teleportation magic, or the gradual shift experienced when moving between closely related planes, passage to the Shadowfell involves a process of dissolution and reconstitution that affects the traveler's relationship to their own existence. The journey begins with the gradual draining of color from the world, as if reality itself were bleeding of vitality in preparation for what lies ahead. As the crossing progresses, travelers report the disturbing sensation of their own memories becoming visible as external phenomena, childhood experiences manifesting as ghostly tableaux, significant relationships appearing as spectral figures that walk alongside them through the transition. These manifestations serve as the plane's method of cataloging new arrivals, creating files of emotional resonance that will determine how the Shadowfell chooses to interact with each individual consciousness. The psychological effects begin before the physical crossing is complete. As exposure to the plane's essential nature starts the process of emotional adaptation that all long-term visitors must undergo. The first symptom is typically a gradual numbing of positive emotions, as if the capacity for joy were being slowly drained through invisible punctures in the soul. This is followed by an increasing sensitivity to loss and ending, until the traveler becomes acutely aware of the temporary nature of everything they encounter. Those who make the crossing with insufficient mental preparation often suffer from what scholars term shadow sickness, a condition characterized by the inability to remember what happiness feels like, accompanied by perfect clarity regarding every disappointment and failure from their past. Victims of shadow sickness retain their cognitive faculties, but lose access to the emotional states that make existence worthwhile, creating a form of living death that serves as warning to others about the importance of proper spiritual preparation. The most experienced planar travelers develop techniques for maintaining psychological stability during extended stays in the Shadowfell. These methods typically involve the creation of memory anchors, specific recollections of joy or love that are carefully protected from the plane's influence through mental compartmentalization or magical preservation. Such anchors serve as psychological lifelines that can be accessed during moments when the plane's despair threatens to overwhelm the visitor's sense of self. The Order of the Twilight Passage has spent centuries studying the crossing phenomenon and has developed detailed protocols for safe travel to the Shadowfell. Their research reveals that the optimal time for crossing occurs during what they term emotional eclipses, moments when an individual's capacity for both joy and sorrow are perfectly balanced, creating a neutral state that allows passage without triggering the plane's more aggressive defenses against foreign consciousness. Their studies also document the existence of involuntary crossings, instances where individuals are drawn into the Shadowfell without conscious intention to travel there. These accidental passages typically occur during moments of profound grief or despair, when the victim's emotional state becomes so aligned with the plane's nature that they are literally pulled across the veil by sympathetic resonance. Surviving family members often report that such individuals simply faded away over a period of days or weeks, becoming increasingly translucent until they disappeared entirely. The famous expedition led by the scholar mage Malthorn the Seeker provides perhaps the most detailed account of a deliberate crossing undertaken for research purposes. Malthorn's journal describes the careful preparation required for his team's journey, including months of gradual emotional conditioning designed to build tolerance for the plane's psychological effects. His records detail the specific meditation techniques used to create the necessary mental state for crossing, involving the systematic contemplation of mortality until death becomes as familiar as breathing. Malthorn's expedition discovered that group crossings create unique challenges not present in solo travel. The emotional states of different travelers interact during the transition, creating psychological feedback loops that can amplify either despair or resistance to the plane's influence. His team learned to synchronize their mental preparation, ensuring that all members reached the optimal crossing state simultaneously to avoid dangerous resonance effects that could trap some travelers in the space between planes. The return journey presents its own difficulties, as extended exposure to the Shadowfell's nature makes it increasingly difficult to remember why one would want to return to the material plane's uncertainty and eventual disappointment. Many visitors find themselves reluctant to leave a realm where suffering is acknowledged and integrated rather than denied or avoided. The process of readjustment to material existence often takes longer than the original adaptation to Shadow, requiring careful reintroduction to concepts like hope and possibility that have become foreign during the absence. Perhaps most disturbing are the cases of partial crossings, where individuals become trapped between planes. After beginning a transition they lack the emotional capacity to complete. These unfortunates exist in a liminal state, visible in both realms but fully present in neither, condemned to experience existence as a constant process of departure without ever arriving at their destination. They serve as grim reminders of the importance of proper preparation and absolute commitment when attempting to breach the veil. The shadow crossings themselves evolve over time, their characteristics shaped by the accumulated emotional residue of all who have used them. Gateways that have witnessed many tragic crossings become increasingly attuned to sorrow, making them easier to activate but more dangerous to use without proper protection. Conversely, crossings that have been used primarily by scholars and researchers develop a more neutral character that allows safer passage but requires greater effort to activate. Certain crossings have achieved legendary status among planar travelers for their unique properties or historical significance. The Weeping Gate in the ruins of Blackmoor Castle opens only during thunderstorms, its threshold guarded by the ghosts of lovers who died attempting to prevent each other's passage. The Sorrow Bridge spans a chasm where an entire wedding party plunged to their deaths, creating a crossing that can only be activated by those who have experienced the death of someone they intended to marry. The military applications of shadow crossings have not gone unnoticed by various powers throughout the plains. Several kingdoms maintain special forces trained to use these gateways for reconnaissance and infiltration, their soldiers conditioned through carefully controlled exposure to grief and loss, until they can traverse the veil without permanent psychological damage. These shadow scouts serve as early warning systems against threats emerging from the plane of endings, while also providing intelligence about activities within the Shadowfell that might affect material world interests. The magical research into creating artificial shadow crossings has yielded mixed results, with most attempts producing unstable rifts that close unpredictably or transport travelers to random locations within the plane rather than established destinations. The few successful artificial crossings require constant maintenance in the form of emotional sacrifice, typically supplied by prisoners or volunteers who accept permanent psychological damage in exchange for other considerations. The phenomenon of crossing has attracted the attention of philosophers and theologians who see in it a metaphor for the transition from life to death. Some schools of thought propose that learning to cross the veil while still alive provides valuable preparation for the final journey that awaits all mortal beings. These thanatological societies practice deliberate exposure to the Shadowfell's influence as a form of spiritual discipline, believing that familiarity with endings enhances appreciation for beginnings. The cumulative effect of multiple crossings creates what scholars term shadow attunement, a gradual alignment with the plane's essential nature that eventually makes return to purely material existence impossible. Those who achieve complete attunement become functionally native to the Shadowfell, while retaining their original forms and memories, serving as bridges between the realms and guides for other travelers seeking to understand the relationship between light and shadow. In studying the phenomenon of crossing, researchers have discovered that the veil between planes serves not merely as a barrier, but as a filtering mechanism that ensures only those truly prepared for the Shadowfell's revelations can survive the journey. The psychological toll exacted by crossing serves as both price and preparation, transforming travelers into beings capable of functioning in a realm where ordinary consciousness would quickly dissolve under the weight of accumulated sorrow. The crossing experience ultimately reveals itself as a form of death practiced by the living, a deliberate rehearsal for the final transition that awaits all conscious beings. In learning to navigate the veil between planes, travelers gain insight into the nature of endings themselves, discovering that death is not cessation but transformation, not ending but passage to realms where different forms of existence become possible. Chapter 7. The Cult of the Raven Queen. Devotion demands sacrifice, but worship of death requires the ultimate offering, the willing surrender of life's illusions in service to truth's most terrible revelations. The mortals who dedicate their existence to serving the Raven Queen do not seek power or reward, for their goddess offers neither temporal advantage nor promise of paradise. Instead, they embrace a faith that demands constant confrontation with mortality's reality, finding sacred purpose in accepting and administering the cosmic necessity of endings that gives meaning to all beginnings. The cult's origins trace back to the early centuries following the Raven Queen's transformation, when the first mortals began receiving visions of her dark revelation. These initial followers were not drawn from the ranks of traditional clergy or scholarly seekers, but from those who had experienced profound loss with such clarity that they understood death's role as teacher rather than enemy. Widows who found peace in their grief, soldiers who had witnessed entire armies fall, healers who had eased countless final breaths, all discovered in their darkest moments a strange comfort in accepting mortality as gift rather than curse. The founding text of their faith, known as the Chronicle of Final Truths, was not written by any single author, but emerged as a collective work dictated by dying believers in their final moments. Each passage represents the last words of individuals who had devoted their lives to understanding death's purpose, their final insights preserved as sacred wisdom for future generations. The Chronicle contains no promises of resurrection or eternal reward, only the accumulated understanding of those who faced death with open hearts, and discovered in that acceptance a form of peace unknown to those who spend their lives in denial of endings. The cult's organizational structure reflects their understanding of death as the great equalizer that renders all worldly hierarchies meaningless. Rather than establishing permanent leadership positions, they rotate authority based on proximity to death. Those who are dying hold the highest rank, followed by those who are actively tending to the dying, then those who work with the recently bereaved. This system ensures that the cult's decisions are always influenced by the immediate reality of mortality, rather than the abstract theorizing that can develop when leadership becomes removed from death's daily presence. Their temples are built not as monuments to divine glory, but as practical spaces for the administration of ending's sacred work. The architecture emphasizes function over beauty, creating environments where death can be encountered with dignity rather than fear. The central chambers serve as hospices where the dying receive comfort in their final hours, while smaller rooms provide private spaces where the bereaved can process their grief without the pressure to move on that characterizes much of mortal society's relationship with loss. The rituals practiced by the Raven Queen's followers center around the sanctification of memory and the proper recognition of endings. The ceremony of final remembrance involves the careful documentation of a dying person's most significant memories, preserving them in crystalline form to be added to the cult's vast archives. These memory crystals serve not as attempts to grant immortality, but as acknowledgement that every consciousness contains unique perspectives that deserve preservation, even as the individual who possessed them accepts the necessity of their own ending. The rite of willing release represents perhaps their most profound ceremony, performed when cultists themselves approach death. Rather than fighting their mortality or seeking magical intervention, they gather their fellow believers to witness their conscious surrender to the natural order. The dying cultist recites their understanding of what they have learned from life, formally releases their attachments to mortal concerns, and speaks their acceptance of death's approach. Those who witness such ceremonies often report that the dying display a serenity unknown to those who meet death unprepared. The cult's relationship with magic differs dramatically from other religious organizations, as they view most healing and protective spells as misguided attempts to avoid engaging with mortality's lessons. They practice what they call shadow magic, spells that ease the transition between life and death without preventing it, magic that brings clarity to final moments, rather than extending life beyond its natural span. Their clerics can grant peaceful deaths to those suffering from incurable conditions, provide comfort to the grieving, and protect the dying from interference by those who would force unwanted healing upon them. Their opposition to undeath stems not from any inherent evil they perceive in the practice, but from their understanding that undeath represents a fundamental rejection of the cosmic order that gives existence meaning. They see liches, vampires, and other undead as beings who have chosen to embrace a form of existence that denies the very principle that makes life precious, its finite nature. This philosophical opposition drives them to hunt undead, not as monsters to be destroyed, but as tragically misguided souls who need to be reminded of death's necessity. The conflict between the cult and the followers of Orcus represents one of the defining struggles within the Shadowfell itself, where Orcus seeks to corrupt death into an instrument of domination and suffering. The Raven Queen's servants work to preserve death's dignity as a natural transition. This opposition creates ongoing tensions that manifest in both philosophical debates and violent confrontations throughout the planes where both influences compete for dominance. The Shadowdark represent the cult's most dedicated followers, individuals who have undergone the ultimate transformation in service to their goddess's will. These beings have voluntarily surrendered their capacity for joy and hope, allowing themselves to be reshaped by the Shadowfell's influence until they become living embodiments of death's acceptance. Their pale skin, colorless hair, and emotionally numbed expressions serve as constant reminders of what complete devotion to the Raven Queen requires, the willing sacrifice of everything that makes mortal existence comfortable. Among the Shadowdark, the Death Watch maintains the cult's most sacred traditions. These elite servants spend their existence monitoring the cosmic balance between life and death, intervening when natural processes are disrupted by necromantic interference or divine intervention that prolongs life beyond its proper span. They serve as both investigators and executioners, tracking down those who would cheat death through artificial means and ensuring that the cosmic ledger of mortality remains properly balanced. The cult's libraries contain extensive records of good deaths, detailed accounts of individuals who faced their mortality with courage, wisdom, and acceptance. These chronicles serve both as inspiration for believers and as practical guides for those seeking to understand how death can be approached as a positive transformation rather than a defeat. The librarians who maintain these records, known as the Keepers of Final Words, dedicate their lives to collecting and preserving the last statements of the dying, believing that final moments often contain wisdom unavailable to the living. Their missionary work focuses not on conversion in the traditional sense, but on education about mortality's reality and meaning. They establish small shrines in communities that have experienced recent tragedies, offering counseling to the bereaved and practical assistance with funeral arrangements. Their presence provides an alternative to the denial and artificial comfort offered by many other religious organizations, presenting instead the difficult but ultimately liberating truth that loss is an essential part of existence, rather than a problem to be solved. The cult's prophecies speak of an eventual cosmic conclusion they call the Great Ending, when the accumulated weight of universal mortality will finally balance the scales of existence itself. According to their theology, this event will not represent destruction but completion, the moment when the universe achieves perfect understanding of its own mortality and can therefore transcend the need for continued existence. They work toward this goal, not through any active effort to end the world, but through the patient accumulation of accepted deaths that gradually teach reality the lessons of its own finite nature. Their relationship with other death deities remains complex and sometimes contradictory. They respect Kelemvar's commitment to justice in death, but consider his attempts to create systematic fairness in mortality to be misguided interference with natural processes. They acknowledge Markel's dominion over the dead, while rejecting his emphasis on death as a form of power rather than transition. Only in the Raven Queen do they find a deity who understands death as both ending and transcendence, finality and freedom. The cult's influence extends beyond their official membership through the networks of contact they maintain with mortal communities. Physicians who have learned to recognize when healing becomes cruelty, soldiers who understand when surrender serves honor better than continued fighting, parents who can release their children to their own destinies, all serve as informal allies who help spread the cult's understanding of mortality's proper role in existence. Their sacred calendar follows the rhythm of cosmic endings, rather than seasonal cycles, marking significant deaths throughout history, rather than celebrating renewals or beginnings. The Festival of Willing Sacrifice honors those who died protecting others, while the Day of Accepted Sorrow commemorates those who found peace in their grief, rather than seeking to escape it. These observances reinforce the cult's central teaching that death and loss are not defeats to be overcome, but experiences to be embraced as essential aspects of consciousness. The training of new cultists involves gradual exposure to death's reality through supervised work with the dying and bereaved. Initiates spend years learning to sit with the dying without offering false comfort, to witness grief without trying to fix it, and to find peace in the certainty of their own eventual ending. This education produces individuals who can serve as bridges between the living and the dead, helping others navigate the transition that all must eventually face. Their ultimate goal remains the cultivation of what they term death wisdom, the understanding that comes from fully accepting mortality's lessons while still living. Those who achieve this state report a profound sense of liberation from the anxieties and attachments that plague most mortal existence, replaced by a clear-eyed appreciation for the preciousness that comes from impermanence. They become living examples of what humans can achieve when they stop fighting their fundamental nature and learn instead to dance with the rhythm of endings that gives meaning to every moment. In their quiet service to death's dignity, the Raven Queen's followers offer one of existence's most challenging gifts, the invitation to find peace through accepting what cannot be changed, wisdom through embracing what cannot be avoided, and ultimately, freedom through surrendering the illusion of control over forces far greater than any individual consciousness. Their faith teaches that death is not life's opposite but its completion, not existence's failure, but its graduation into truths too profound for continuing consciousness to contain. Chapter 8. Shadow Magic and Dark Artifacts. Power drawn from endings carries within it the seeds of its own conclusion. Yet those who master shadow magic discover that embracing termination paradoxically grants access to forces that transcend ordinary limitations. The Shadowfell does not merely contain magical energy, it transforms the very nature of arcane force itself, creating spells and artifacts that operate according to principles of entropy and conclusion, rather than creation and preservation. Those who wield such power find themselves changed by the experience, for shadow magic demands not just technical mastery, but philosophical acceptance of the fundamental role that endings play in cosmic order. The magical energy that permeates the Shadowfell differs qualitatively from the arcane forces found in other planes, carrying within its essence the accumulated weight of every ending that has ever occurred. When mortal spellcasters first attempt to channel this energy, they discover that their familiar spells behave in unexpected ways. Healing magic becomes more effective at ending suffering through peaceful death than through restoration of health, while protective wards prove more adept at shielding their targets from hope than from harm. The plane's influence gradually reshapes magical understanding until practitioners learn to work with ending rather than against it. The process of learning shadow magic begins with what practitioners call the first diminishment, a deliberate weakening of one's attachment to conventional magical theory. Students must systematically unlearn the assumptions that underlie traditional spellcasting, releasing their dependence on concepts like growth, preservation, and accumulation of power. This educational deconstruction often proves more challenging than learning new techniques, as it requires the conscious abandonment of mental frameworks that have served mages well throughout their previous studies. Master Vorthak, the Twilight scholar, whose treatise on the necessity of magical endings remains the definitive work on shadow magic theory, describes the transformation that occurs in successful practitioners. According to Vorthak, shadow mages do not gain power in the conventional sense, but rather develop the ability to recognize and cooperate with forces that already exist in abundance throughout reality. Their magic becomes a form of cosmic bookkeeping, ensuring that the magical energy borrowed from the universe through spellcasting is eventually returned with appropriate interest in the form of accepted limitations and acknowledged endings. The spells unique to shadow magic often appear paradoxical to practitioners of conventional arcane arts. The shadow healing spell, for instance, cures diseases and injuries by convincing them that their time has come to an end, allowing the body to return to its natural state without forcing unnatural restoration. The comfort of endings provides solace to the grieving not by diminishing their pain, but by helping them understand the sacred purpose that loss serves in the cosmic order. Such magic requires practitioners to maintain a delicate balance between compassion and detachment, offering aid while accepting that not all problems should be solved. The creation of shadow magic artifacts follows principles that would seem counterproductive to traditional enchanters. Rather than imbuing objects with eternal durability and increasing power, shadow artificers craft items that grow stronger through use, while simultaneously approaching their own inevitable destruction. These artifacts contain built-in obsolescence that serves not as flaw but as feature, ensuring that no magical item becomes so powerful or persistent that it disrupts the natural cycle of creation and dissolution that governs all existence. The Blade of Final Cuts represents perhaps the most famous example of shadow magic weaponry, a sword that grows sharper with each life it takes while simultaneously becoming more fragile. Forged in the grief fires of the thornwood, from metal that remembers its ore's emergence from darkness, the blade can cut through any material by convincing it to separate willingly. However, each use brings the weapon closer to its own dissolution, creating a powerful incentive for its wielder to use it only when absolutely necessary. The sword's final cut will be its own ending, when it chooses to sever its connection to existence in recognition that its purpose has been fulfilled. The robe of embraced shadows serves as defensive equipment that protects its wearer by making them partially incorporeal, allowing attacks to pass through them harmlessly, while gradually increasing their attunement to the Shadowfell's nature. The robe's protection comes at the cost of the wearer's emotional capacity. While wearing it, they become increasingly unable to experience strong feelings, trading vulnerability to harm for vulnerability to life's meaningful experiences. Extended use eventually results in complete emotional numbness, though users report that this condition brings its own form of peace. Among the most sought-after artifacts are the memory crystals of final moments, gems that preserve the last thoughts and experiences of dying individuals. These crystals serve multiple functions. They can be used as spell components for divination magic that reveals the final fates of missing persons, as meditation aids for those seeking to understand mortality's lessons, or as communication devices that allow contact with the consciousness patterns preserved within them. The ethical implications of using such artifacts remain subjects of intense debate among shadow magic practitioners, as the crystals effectively grant a form of limited immortality to individuals who may have chosen to accept complete ending. The creation process for shadow magic artifacts requires not just technical skill but emotional preparation that few conventional enchanters can achieve. Artificers must work while maintaining constant awareness of their own mortality, using the certainty of their eventual death as a focusing element that allows them to imbue their creations with genuine understanding of temporality's role in magical function. The forging sessions often become profound spiritual experiences, as creators must confront their own fears about endings, while simultaneously celebrating the beauty that comes from accepting limitation. The Shadowfell's influence on magical research has produced entirely new schools of arcane study that focus on entropy magic, dissolution theory, and what scholars term generous destruction. These disciplines explore how magical energy can be used to facilitate natural endings, rather than preventing them, creating spells that help worn-out magical items release their accumulated power safely, assist dying magical creatures in achieving peaceful transitions, or convince stubborn enchantments to recognize when their usefulness has expired. Perhaps the most controversial branch of shadow magic involves the practice of beneficial cursing, the application of seemingly harmful magical effects that ultimately serve positive purposes. A curse of gradual memory loss might be applied to individuals suffering from traumatic experiences too painful to process naturally, while a curse of increasing frailty could help those who fear death gradually become comfortable with their body's limitations. Such magic requires extraordinary wisdom and ethical consideration, as the line between helpful intervention and harmful manipulation can be extremely difficult to determine. The legendary Orb of Willing Dissolution stands as the ultimate expression of shadow magic principles, an artifact that grants its user the power to end any magical effect enchantment, or supernatural phenomenon, by convincing it that its time has come to conclude. The orb's power extends to cosmic forces and divine interventions, making it one of the most dangerous artifacts in existence, while simultaneously ensuring that it can only be used by individuals who have achieved perfect acceptance of their own mortality. The orb's location remains unknown, as it periodically relocates itself to ensure that it remains available only to those who truly need its power, rather than those who merely desire it. The study of shadow magic's long-term effects on practitioners reveals patterns that both inspire and concern the magical community. Shadow mages typically display increased wisdom, emotional stability, and philosophical depth, as their understanding of endings deepens their appreciation for beginnings. However, they also show decreased interest in long-term planning, reduced emotional investment in outcomes they cannot control, and sometimes troubling acceptance of tragedies that others would consider preventable. The Order of Twilight Artificers has established guidelines for the ethical creation and use of shadow magic artifacts, recognizing that items imbued with ending-based magic require different considerations than conventional enchanted objects. Their code emphasizes the importance of ensuring that shadow artifacts serve their intended purposes without manipulating users into premature acceptance of endings they are not ready to embrace. The Order also maintains a registry of particularly dangerous shadow magic items, tracking their locations and effects to prevent their misuse by those who lack sufficient understanding of their nature. The interaction between shadow magic and divine power creates unique phenomena that continue to challenge magical theory. Clerics who learn to channel their deity's power through shadow magic principles often discover that their spells become more effective at providing spiritual comfort while becoming less useful for direct intervention in mortal affairs. This transformation reflects the fundamental difference between shadow magic's acceptance of cosmic order and conventional divine magic's emphasis on deity-directed change in reality's normal patterns. The most advanced practitioners of shadow magic eventually develop what scholars term ending sight, the ability to perceive the natural conclusion points of magical effects, living beings, and even abstract concepts. This perception allows them to work with supernatural forces more efficiently by recognizing when magical phenomena are ready to conclude naturally, rather than requiring external intervention. Masters of ending sight can resolve complex magical problems with minimal effort by simply facilitating conclusions that were already developing rather than imposing artificial solutions. The creation of shadow magic spellbooks presents unique challenges, as the books themselves must be designed to acknowledge their own eventual obsolescence. Many such grimoires include spells that will cause the book to destroy itself once its knowledge has been fully absorbed by its reader, ensuring that the wisdom moves forward rather than accumulating in static repositories. Others gradually fade as their spells are learned, with the text becoming lighter and more translucent until it disappears entirely, leaving only blank pages that remember what they once contained. The philosophical implications of shadow magic extend beyond its practical applications, challenging fundamental assumptions about the purpose and proper use of arcane power. Traditional magic seeks to impose the caster's will upon reality, bending natural laws to achieve desired outcomes. Shadow magic instead emphasizes cooperation with reality's inherent tendencies, working to facilitate changes that align with cosmic principles rather than opposing them. This approach requires practitioners to develop humility and wisdom that many conventional mages never achieve, transforming magical practice from an exercise in control into a form of spiritual discipline. In the end, shadow magic offers both extraordinary power and profound limitation, granting access to forces that transcend ordinary magical constraints, while demanding that practitioners accept the temporary nature of all accomplishments. Those who master its principles discover that true magical mastery comes not from accumulating ever greater power, but from learning to work harmoniously with the cosmic forces that ensure all things, including magic itself, must eventually find their proper endings in service to the greater symphony of existence. Chapter 9. The Fortress of Memories. Architecture becomes philosophy when built from the substance of remembrance itself, and nowhere does this truth manifest more completely than in Letherna, the Raven Queen's fortress where memory takes physical form, and the accumulated experiences of countless lifetimes crystallize into walls, towers, and halls that echo with the whispers of everything that has ever been lost. This is not merely a castle or palace, but a living repository of consciousness, where every stone contains the essence of a final moment, and every corridor serves as a pathway through the geography of universal grief. The fortress exists simultaneously in multiple dimensions of space and time, its architecture defying conventional understanding as it expands and contracts according to the emotional weight of the memories it contains. From a distance, Letherna appears as a towering spire of black crystal that pierces the Shadowfell's gray sky like a needle threading the fabric between existence and void. Yet, as observers approach, the structure reveals itself to be composed of countless smaller buildings, each one representing a different category of human experience. The Tower of First Loves rising beside the Crypt of Final Betrayals, the Gallery of Childhood Laughter, connected by bridges to the Archive of Parental Grief. The fortress's main entrance, known as the Gate of Willing Surrender, can only be opened by those who consciously release their most cherished memory as payment for admission. The massive doors, carved from the crystallized tears of the Raven Queen herself, respond not to physical keys, but to the emotional resonance of genuine sacrifice. Visitors must stand before the gate and willingly offer up their most precious recollection, the memory that they would fight hardest to preserve, watching as their gift dissolves into motes of silver light that are absorbed into the door's dark surface before the way opens to admit them. Beyond the threshold lies the Hall of Echoing Footsteps, where the floors are paved with stones that remember every step taken upon them throughout history. The hall stretches impossibly far in all directions, its ceiling lost in shadows that move with the rhythm of breathing despite the absence of any living creature to produce such motion. Along the walls, countless alcoves display memory crystals containing the preserved experiences of those who have passed through death's threshold, each one glowing with the soft luminescence of consciousness that has been distilled to its essential components. The central feature of this hall is the Cartographer's Table, a massive structure crafted from the bones of ancient dragons who died peacefully in their sleep, their final dreams preserved in the marrow and available for consultation by those with sufficient wisdom to interpret their symbolism. Upon this table lies a constantly shifting map of all memory throughout the multiverse, showing the locations where significant experiences have occurred, and tracking the flow of consciousness as it moves between life and death. The Raven Queen uses this device to monitor the cosmic balance of memory and forgetting, ensuring that no important experience is lost, while simultaneously preventing the universe from becoming overwhelmed by the accumulation of consciousness. The Tower of Sorrowsworn serves as barracks and training ground for the fortress's primary guardians, beings that have evolved beyond their origins as manifestations of specific emotional states to become sophisticated administrators of the memory preservation process. These creatures have developed distinct personalities and purposes within the fortress's hierarchy, each one specializing in different aspects of the complex work required to maintain the cosmic archive of mortal experience. The lonely who patrol the fortress's outer walls have learned to channel their essential isolation into perfect vigilance, their inability to form connections making them ideal sentries who cannot be compromised through emotional manipulation or social engineering. They move through the fortress's peripheral spaces like living shadows, their presence detectable only through the subtle decrease in ambient warmth that marks their passage. Their duty involves protecting the fortress, not from invasion but from intrusion by hope or joy that might contaminate the careful emotional balance required for proper memory preservation. Within the tower's deeper levels dwell the angry, whose cold fury has been refined into a form of passionate dedication to their assigned tasks. These beings serve as the fortress's prosecutors and judges, reviewing the memories submitted by dying souls to determine which experiences deserve preservation in the primary archives. versus storage in the subsidiary collections. Their anger provides the emotional energy needed to make difficult decisions about the relative importance of different experiences, ensuring that the fortress's limited space is devoted to memories that offer the greatest potential for teaching wisdom about mortality's nature. The wretched have found purpose in the fortress's most difficult work, the careful dismantling of memories that have become corrupted by regret or self-hatred. These beings use their intimate familiarity with self-loathing to identify and excise the portions of preserved experiences that might poison the overall collection. Their work requires extraordinary delicacy, as they must preserve the essential truth of each memory, while removing the emotional contamination that could transform valuable experiences into sources of spiritual poison for future consultants. The Archive of Final Words occupies the fortress's eastern wing, its chambers arranged in a vast spiral that descends through multiple levels toward the fortress's foundation in the bedrock of crystallized time. Each level corresponds to a different era of mortal history, with the uppermost chambers containing the final statements of recently deceased individuals, and the deepest vaults preserving the last words spoken by beings whose civilizations have been forgotten for millennia. The archive's curator, a sorrow-sworn known only as the Scribe of Endings, has spent eons developing a comprehensive classification system for last words based on their emotional content, philosophical depth, and potential for inspiring wisdom in living mortals. The descent through the archive reveals the evolution of consciousness across vast spans of time, as the nature of final words reflects the intellectual and spiritual development of the beings who spoke them. The earliest preserved statements consist primarily of simple expressions of fear or love, while more recent additions demonstrate increasingly sophisticated understanding of mortality's role in cosmic order. The archive's deepest vaults contain final words that transcend ordinary language, existing as pure concepts that can only be experienced rather than read or heard. The Chamber of Unspoken Truths houses perhaps the fortress's most valuable collection, the words that individuals wished they had said, but never found the courage to express. These phantom speeches exist as ghostly impressions in the air, visible only to those who have learned to perceive regret in its crystallized form. The Chamber's collection includes love declarations that arrived too late, apologies that pride prevented from being offered, and revelations that fear kept locked within dying hearts. Visitors to this chamber often report profound emotional experiences as they witness the accumulated weight of unexpressed human feeling. The Raven Queen's personal chambers occupy the fortress's highest tower, accessible only through a vertical shaft that serves as both stairway and test of worthiness. The ascent requires climbers to experience a carefully curated selection of memories from the fortress's collection, each step upward triggering exposure to increasingly profound examples of mortal wisdom earned through confrontation with loss. Those who lack sufficient emotional maturity to process these experiences find themselves unable to continue climbing, gently transported back to the fortress's lower levels to await further spiritual development. The throne room itself exists in a state of temporal flux, its walls displaying an ever-changing tapestry of memories drawn from across all of history and possibility. The Raven Queen's throne, carved from a single massive memory crystal that contains the preserved consciousness of her mortal self, allows her to simultaneously observe past, present, and future expressions of mortality, while maintaining awareness of her transformed nature. From this seat she administers the cosmic function of memory preservation, while contemplating the patterns that emerge from the accumulated experiences of countless conscious beings. The fortress's lower levels contain specialized facilities for processing different types of memories according to their emotional and philosophical content. The Laboratory of Refined Sorrow serves as a workshop where particularly intense experiences of loss are carefully distilled into their essential components, creating concentrated essences that can be used in the production of shadow magic artifacts or therapeutic treatments for individuals suffering from incomplete grief processes. The distillation process requires extraordinary precision, as removing too much emotional content can render memories meaningless, while leaving too much can make them overwhelming for future consultation. The Gallery of Transformed Pain displays artistic representations of suffering that has been successfully integrated into wisdom, showing how consciousness can convert even the most devastating losses into sources of insight and strength. The gallery's collection includes sculptures carved from crystallized tears, paintings created with pigments derived from the essence of healed wounds, and musical compositions that capture the harmony found in accepting life's inevitable sorrows. These works serve both as inspiration for visitors struggling with their own losses and as teaching tools for sorrows worn, who are learning to help mortals process their grief. The fortress's foundation rests upon the bedrock of eternal remembrance, a stratum of compressed memory that extends deep into the Shadowfell's substrate and connects to similar formations throughout the plane. This foundation serves as the fortress's primary structural support, while also functioning as a vast network for the storage and retrieval of memories that exceed the capacity of the upper-level archives. The bedrock contains the preserved experiences of entire civilizations, compressed into geological formations that can be accessed through specialized meditation techniques. The fortress's most closely guarded secret lies in the Vault of the Unnamed Fear, a chamber that contains the one memory that the Raven Queen has never been able to fully process, the recollection of what it felt like to be forgotten. This memory, preserved from her mortal existence, represents the terror that drove her transformation into a cosmic force, and serves as a constant reminder of the price she paid for immortality. The vault remains sealed by her personal will, accessible only to her own consciousness, and serving as both the source of her power and the burden she can never release. The daily operations of the fortress follow rhythms established by the cosmic cycle of death and memory, with different chambers becoming more active as the types of deaths occurring throughout the multiverse shift according to seasonal, cultural, and historical patterns. During times of war, the Archive of Final Words receives increased activity as soldiers contribute their last thoughts to the collection. Periods of plague bring enhanced focus to the laboratory of refined sorrow as the fortress processes the grief of mass loss. Cultural golden ages result in increased activity in the Gallery of Transformed Pain as civilizations develop more sophisticated understanding of mortality's role in creating meaning. The fortress serves not merely as storage facility, but as an active research center where the nature of consciousness, memory, and mortality are continuously studied and refined. The Raven Q. Ewing scholars work to identify patterns in the accumulated experiences that might reveal new insights about existence's fundamental nature, seeking to understand how consciousness develops, how memory shapes identity, and how the process of dying contributes to cosmic evolution. Their research influences the fortress's organization and the methods used for memory preservation, ensuring that the facility continues to evolve in response to new understanding. In its complete form, the Fortress of Memories stands as testament to the principle that nothing truly dies if its essence is preserved with proper understanding and respect. The structure demonstrates that memory, when treated as sacred responsibility rather than mere nostalgia, becomes a bridge between mortality and eternity, allowing the wisdom earned through dying to serve the living while honoring the sacrifice of those who paid the ultimate price for knowledge. Within its walls, death is transformed from ending into beginning, loss becomes preservation, and the Raven Queen's eternal vigil ensures that no significant experience ever truly disappears from the cosmic record of consciousness exploring its own nature. Chapter 10. Wars Fought in Darkness. Conflict inevitably finds new theaters in which to stage its eternal performances, and the Shadowfell serves as perhaps the most philosophically complex battlefield in all the planes, where wars are fought not merely for territory or resources, but for the very definition of what death should mean in the cosmic order. Here, in the realm where endings take physical form, armies clash over fundamental questions about mortality's purpose, the nature of consciousness after death, and whether the universe's inevitable conclusion should be embraced as liberation or resisted as the ultimate defeat. The blood war between devils and demons extends its influence into the Shadowfell, through what military scholars term the Shadow Theater, a parallel conflict where the eternal struggle between law and chaos takes on distinctly different characteristics shaped by the plane's unique relationship to mortality. Unlike the straightforward territorial battles fought in the Nine Hells and the Abyss, warfare in the Shadowfell focuses on competing philosophies about how death should be administered, with each side seeking to establish their vision of mortality's proper role throughout the multiverse. The devils who operate in the Shadowfell have adapted their traditionally hierarchical approach to warfare, creating specialized legions that understand death as the ultimate contract between conscious beings and cosmic order. These infernal forces seek to establish systematic control over the processes of dying, viewing the chaotic randomness of natural death as inefficient waste of valuable resources. Their goal involves implementing universal standards for mortality that would ensure every death serves maximum strategic value in the greater war between law and chaos. Leading these infernal operations is Malphus, Duke of Calculated Endings, whose tactical genius has transformed portions of the Shadowfell into testing grounds for systematic approaches to mortality management. His legions construct vast administrative complexes where death is processed according to strict bureaucratic protocols, with dying souls required to complete extensive paperwork before being permitted to proceed to their final destinations. The Duke's philosophy treats death as a resource allocation problem that can be optimized through proper planning and efficient administration. The demonic forces that oppose them bring their characteristic chaos to bear on questions of mortality, seeking to corrupt death into an instrument of random suffering rather than natural transition. Unlike their devil counterparts who aim to control death's administration, the demons work to contaminate the dying process itself, transforming peaceful endings into sources of terror and despair that feed their chaotic nature. Their presence in the Shadowfell manifests as zones of corrupted mortality, where death loses its dignity and becomes merely another form of torment. The demon Lord Orcus maintains the largest demonic presence in the Shadowfell through his eternal conflict with the Raven Queen, viewing her domain as the primary obstacle to his vision of universal undeath. His armies consist not of traditional demonic forces, but of undead creatures that have been corrupted beyond their original nature, transformed into weapons that attack the very concept of peaceful death. These forces seek to establish beachheads throughout the Shadowfell, from which they can corrupt the plane's essential nature and transform it into a realm where death becomes impossible. The most significant battles in this Shadow Theater occur not through direct military confrontation, but through philosophical warfare aimed at changing fundamental assumptions about mortality's nature. Devils deploy propaganda campaigns designed to convince dying souls that their deaths should serve the greater cause of cosmic order, while demons spread corruption that makes death itself seem meaningless and arbitrary. The casualties of these conflicts include not just combatants, but entire concepts related to peaceful dying, with some battles resulting in the complete elimination of specific types of good deaths from local reality. The Battle of the Weeping Fields exemplifies the complex nature of warfare in the Shadowfell, where competing forces fought for control over a region where particularly beautiful deaths had created landscapes of crystallized acceptance. The devils sought to systematize the area's natural peace-inducing properties, creating standardized procedures for achieving serene endings that could be exported throughout the multiverse. The demons attempted to corrupt the field's essence, transforming peaceful death into agonized dissolution that would spread terror rather than comfort. The conflict lasted for subjective centuries, with neither side achieving decisive victory through traditional military means. The resolution came only when the fields themselves chose to withdraw from physical existence rather than submit to either faction's interpretation of their purpose. The entire battlefield simply faded from reality, leaving behind only empty space marked by memorial stones that remember what was lost when competing ideologies made coexistence impossible. Beyond the Blood War's Shadow Theater, the Shadowfell hosts conflicts between the living and the dead that arise from fundamentally different perspectives on the relationship between mortality and consciousness. Living invaders who enter the plane often bring assumptions about death's wrongness that put them in automatic conflict with residents who have accepted or embraced their mortality. These wars of perception can manifest as actual military conflicts when the philosophical differences become so pronounced that peaceful coexistence becomes impossible. The most famous of these conflicts began when the Crimson Company, a mercenary group from the material plane, established a fortress in the Shadowfell with the stated goal of rescuing souls who had been trapped in the realm of death. Their well-intentioned but misguided campaign sought to return residents of the Shadowfell to the material plane, whether they desired such rescue or not, operating under the assumption that anyone who appeared to accept death must be suffering from some form of magical compulsion or psychological damage. The resulting war lasted for decades as Shadowdark, Sorrow-Sworn, and other Shadowfell natives organized resistance against forced salvation that they viewed as a form of spiritual violence. The conflict revealed fundamental incompatibilities between worldviews that treated death as enemy versus philosophies that embraced mortality as teacher. The Crimson Company's eventual defeat came not through military action, but through gradual exposure to the Shadowfell's influence, which slowly educated the invaders about the dignity and wisdom that could be found in accepting endings, rather than fighting them eternally. The Undeath Wars represent perhaps the most philosophically significant conflicts within the Shadowfell, as various factions of undead creatures battle over competing visions of what existence after death should entail. These wars pit undead, who retain their essential humanity, against those who have embraced inhuman transformation, intelligent undead, who seek to preserve mortal values, against mindless undead, who represent pure negation of life's meaning. The Lich King Tharaval has spent millennia attempting to establish an undead empire within the Shadowfell that would serve as a beachhead for converting the entire plane into a realm of organized undeath. His vision involves replacing the Shadowfell's natural function as a place of endings with a new paradigm, where consciousness persists indefinitely in perfected undead forms. His armies consist of undead creatures that have been enhanced through necromantic innovation, creating beings that retain the tactical advantages of undeath, while developing new capabilities that exceed those of their living origins. Opposing Tharaval are coalitions of undead, who have chosen to embrace the Shadowfell's essential nature, rather than fighting against it. These forces include ghosts who serve as willing citizens of the realm, wraiths who have learned to channel their life-draining abilities in service to natural death, and even vampires who have developed ethical codes for feeding that acknowledge the sacred nature of the life they consume. Their resistance to Tharaval's expansion represents a civil war within undeath itself, fought over questions about whether consciousness after death should seek to transcend mortality or find ways to honor it. The wars between different factions of Sorrow-Sworn often escape notice from outside observers, but represent some of the most intense conflicts within the Shadowfell. These beings, born from specific types of emotional pain, sometimes develop incompatible perspectives on how grief should be processed and expressed. The angry believe that rage serves an essential function in helping consciousness process loss, while the wretched advocate for complete submission to despair as the only honest response to mortality's reality. These philosophical differences have erupted into actual warfare when the competing factions attempt to convert areas of the Shadowfell to their particular understanding of how sorrow should be experienced. The Battle of the Morning Valleys saw different types of Sorrow-Sworn fighting to establish their emotional paradigm as the dominant force in a region where multiple forms of grief had achieved equal representation in the local reality. The conflict ended only when the combatants realized that their war was creating new forms of sorrow that transcended their original categories, forcing them to acknowledge that grief's true nature might be too complex for any single interpretation to encompass. The Siege of Gloom represents the largest military action ever undertaken within the Shadowfell, when a coalition of extraplanar forces attempted to capture the city and use it as a staging ground for a systematic conquest of the plane. The attacking army included devils seeking to establish administrative control, demons attempting to corrupt the city's ordered despair, and living crusaders who viewed the city's acceptance of mortality as a form of cosmic heresy that needed correction. The siege lasted for years in material plane time, but centuries in subjective experience, as the city's defenders used the Shadowfell's unique properties to their advantage. The Shadowdark defenders could manipulate the flow of time and emotion to create tactical advantages unavailable in normal warfare, while the city's sorrow-sworn guardians proved capable of weaponizing grief itself, creating areas of such concentrated sorrow that invading forces lost the will to continue fighting. The siege's resolution came through an unexpected development when the attacking forces began to succumb to the Shadowfell's influence, gradually losing their attachment to their original goals as they developed understanding of the plane's essential nature. The devils found their rigid hierarchies softened by exposure to genuine grief. The demons discovered that chaos lost its appeal when confronted with the profound order underlying natural death, and the living crusaders realized that their war against mortality was ultimately a war against reality itself. The aftermath of these various conflicts has shaped the Shadowfell's current political landscape, creating a complex web of alliances and treaties that reflect hard-won understanding about the limitations of using military force to resolve philosophical differences. The various factions have learned that the plane's essential nature makes traditional conquest impossible, as attempts to impose foreign values on the realm inevitably result in the invaders being transformed by the very environment they seek to control. The Treaty of Accepted Endings, signed by representatives of all major factions operating within the Shadowfell, establishes principles for managing conflict in ways that honor the plane's role as a realm of conclusions. The treaty recognizes that disagreements about mortality's meaning are inevitable and valuable, but prohibits attempts to resolve such differences through force that would violate the dignity of the dying process. Instead, conflicts must be resolved through philosophical dialogue, therapeutic confrontation, or ritual combat that serves educational rather than destructive purposes. The current military balance within the Shadowfell reflects these diplomatic developments, with various forces maintaining armed presence sufficient to defend their philosophical territories, while acknowledging the futility of attempting total conquest. The result is a form of armed coexistence, where warfare serves primarily as a means of testing ideas rather than acquiring territory, creating a unique form of militant philosophy, where combat becomes a method of exploring the deepest questions about consciousness, mortality, and the meaning of existence itself. In studying these wars fought in darkness, observers discover that conflict in the Shadowfell serves functions unavailable in other realms, providing opportunities for consciousness to confront its deepest fears about endings, while simultaneously offering lessons about the wisdom that can emerge when different perspectives on mortality engage in honest struggle. The battles fought here shape not just the plane's political reality, but the fundamental understanding of what it means to die well, live meaningfully, and find peace in the cosmic order that ensures all stories must eventually reach their proper conclusions. Chapter 11. Escape from the Shadowfell. Liberation becomes its own form of imprisonment, when freedom requires abandoning wisdom that can only be learned through accepting bondage to truth. Those who seek to escape the Shadowfell discover that departure involves more than simply retracing their steps to familiar realms. It demands the deliberate rejection of insights that have become fundamental to their understanding of existence, the conscious choice to embrace ignorance in exchange for the comfortable illusions that make mortal life bearable. The price of return is measured not in gold or magical energy, but in the willingness to forget lessons that transform those who learn them beyond all possibility of unchanged existence. The process of escape begins with the recognition that the desire to leave represents a fundamental philosophical shift away from the acceptance that brought the traveler to the Shadowfell in the first place. Extended residence in the plane gradually erodes the mental frameworks that make other realms seem desirable, replacing them with understanding that renders the material plane's concerns trivial and its promises meaningless. Those who have spent years learning to find peace in endings must somehow rediscover enthusiasm for beginnings, while individuals who have accepted the reality of universal loss must convince themselves that temporary achievements justify continued striving. The famous account of Lyrelai the Seeker provides perhaps the most detailed documentation of a successful escape attempt, chronicling both the practical challenges and psychological struggles involved in leaving a realm that has become more familiar than one's birthplace. Lyrelai entered the Shadowfell as a young scholar, seeking to understand the nature of memory, but her decade-long residence transformed her into something far removed from the naive academic who had first crossed the veil between worlds. Her journals describe the gradual realization that escape would require not just physical departure, but active resistance to the wisdom she had gained through suffering. The Shadowfell's lessons about mortality's inevitability, the futility of most mortal striving, and the peace found in accepting limitations had become so deeply integrated into her worldview that contemplating return to ignorance felt like a form of spiritual suicide. Yet her love for a brother dying in the material plane provided sufficient motivation to attempt the psychological violence of deliberate unknowing. The first challenge facing any potential escapee involves rediscovering the capacity for hope, an emotional state that extended residence in the Shadowfell systematically erodes. Hope requires the ability to believe that future outcomes might be better than present circumstances, a perspective that becomes increasingly difficult to maintain in a realm where every experience serves to demonstrate the temporary nature of all improvements. Lyrelai's method involved creating artificial anchors to possibility by focusing obsessively on specific memories from her pre-Shadowfell existence, using them as emotional touchstones that could remind her what hope felt like before wisdom taught her its ultimate futility. The process proved agonizing, as she forced herself to ignore everything she had learned about the inevitable failure of mortal projects, consciously choosing to embrace delusions that she now recognized as delusions. Her Reynolds described the experience as a form of voluntary lobotomy, cutting away parts of her consciousness that had grown through exposure to truth in order to make room for the necessary blindness that allows mortals to function in realms where endings are hidden rather than acknowledged. The physical escape routes from the Shadowfell present their own complexities, as the plane's geography responds to the emotional and philosophical state of potential travelers. The same shadow crossings that once provided easy passage into the realm become increasingly difficult to activate as escapees develop the very acceptance that the crossings were designed to test. Gateways that opened readily for souls carrying sufficient grief become unresponsive to individuals who have learned to find peace in their sorrow, creating a cruel paradox where emotional health becomes an obstacle to departure. The mirror gates scattered throughout the plane offer an alternative escape route, but one that requires confronting the reflection of who the traveler was before their exposure to the Shadowfell's influence. These mystical portals show not current appearance, but the spiritual configuration that existed prior to shadow attunement, forcing escapees to recognize the magnitude of their transformation. Many who attempt to use mirror gates find themselves unable to accept the stranger they see reflected in the silvered surfaces, choosing to remain in familiar shadow rather than return to an identity they no longer recognize. Master Vorthak's expedition encountered unique challenges when attempting group escape, as different members of his research team had developed varying degrees of attunement to the plane's essential nature. Those who had maintained stronger connections to material plane values served as anchors for teammates who had become more thoroughly transformed, creating chains of mutual support that allowed the entire group to maintain sufficient motivation for departure. However, this method required careful coordination, as team members at different stages of shadow attunement needed different types of emotional assistance to overcome their reluctance to leave. The psychological preparation for escape often takes longer than the original adaptation to the Shadowfell, as it requires the systematic reconstruction of mental patterns that have been fundamentally altered by exposure to absolute truth about mortality. Escapees must learn to care about temporary achievements while knowing their temporary nature, to form emotional attachments while understanding their inevitable dissolution, to experience joy while remembering that it serves only to make eventual sorrow more profound. The phenomenon known as shadow echo affects all successful escapees, manifesting as persistent awareness of the Shadowfell's perspective, even after return to other planes. This condition creates a form of dual consciousness, where individuals simultaneously experience both their pre-Shadowfell emotional responses and their shadow-influenced understanding of those responses' ultimate meaninglessness. The resulting internal conflict can lead to profound depression, as escapees find themselves unable to fully embrace either ignorance or wisdom. The most successful escapees learn to compartmentalize their shadow knowledge, treating it as specialized information that need not influence their daily interactions with material plane reality. This approach requires considerable mental discipline, as it involves consciously choosing to act according to perspectives they know to be incomplete, while reserving their deeper understanding for situations that specifically benefit from shadow wisdom. Such individuals often become valuable counselors for the dying and bereaved, able to offer comfort rooted in genuine acceptance of mortality's role in cosmic order. The Order of Voluntary Return has developed therapeutic techniques for helping shadow-touched individuals readjust to material plane existence, recognizing that successful reintegration requires more than simple exposure to light and hope. Their methods involve gradual re-engagement with mortal concerns through carefully structured activities that help former Shadowfell residents remember why temporary achievements can feel meaningful despite their impermanence. The process typically takes years and requires ongoing support from others who have undergone similar transformations. Some escapees discover that their shadow attunement grants unique abilities that prove valuable in material plane contexts. Enhanced empathy for the grieving, intuitive understanding of dying processes, and immunity to despair-based magical effects all serve useful functions in societies that prefer to avoid confronting mortality directly. These individuals often find purpose as hospice workers, grief counselors, or spiritual advisors, using their shadow wisdom to help others navigate transitions that most mortals approach with ignorance and fear. The phenomenon of partial escape affects individuals who successfully leave the Shadowfell physically, but remain psychologically bound to its influence. These unfortunates exist in a state of constant homesickness for a realm that offered harsh truths instead of comfortable lies, finding themselves unable to fully engage with material plane concerns, while simultaneously unable to return to the shadow realm they now recognize as their spiritual home. Their condition serves as warning about the importance of complete commitment to whichever plane one chooses to inhabit. The most tragic cases involve individuals who become trapped in cycles of departure and return, unable to remain satisfied in either realm for extended periods. The material plane's denials and illusions become unbearable after experiencing shadow truth, while the Shadowfell's relentless honesty proves too much to endure indefinitely. These dimensional nomads spend their existence in constant transit between realms, never finding peace in either but unable to stop seeking what neither can provide. The impossible combination of truth and comfort that consciousness craves, but reality cannot deliver. The research conducted by the Academy of Planar Psychology reveals that successful escape depends largely on the individual's reason for entering the Shadowfell originally. Those who came seeking knowledge or understanding find departure most difficult, as they have achieved their goals and must now choose to reject their hard-won wisdom. Individuals who entered accidentally or were drawn by emotional trauma often escape more easily, as their shadow experience serves a healing function that eventually restores their capacity for material plane engagement. The phenomenon of borrowed time affects many escapees, manifesting as the persistent sense that their return to the material plane represents a temporary reprieve rather than permanent liberation. This feeling stems from the shadow-influenced understanding that all existence moves inevitably toward ending, making current life feel like an unexpected gift that could be withdrawn at any moment. While this perspective can lead to increased appreciation for present experiences, it also creates anxiety about when the cosmic mistake will be corrected and the individual return to the realm of endings where they belong. The most successful long-term escapees develop what scholars term integrated wisdom, the ability to maintain awareness of mortality's reality while still finding meaning in mortal activities. This achievement requires accepting the paradox that temporary things can be simultaneously meaningful and meaningless, depending on the perspective from which they are viewed. Such individuals often report that their shadow experience enhanced rather than diminished their appreciation for material plane existence, as understanding the cosmic context of mortality makes every moment of consciousness seem precious beyond measure. The escape narratives collected by planar researchers reveal common themes about the importance of external motivation in overcoming shadow attunement's psychological effects. Love for specific individuals, commitment to unfinished projects, or responsibility for others' welfare provide the emotional anchor points necessary to maintain motivation for departure. Without such external connections, the comfortable resignation offered by shadow acceptance proves too appealing to resist, leading to permanent residence in a realm that offers harsh peace instead of hopeful struggle. The ultimate lesson learned by those who successfully escaped the Shadowfell concerns the relationship between wisdom and functionality in conscious existence. The absolute truth offered by the Shadow Realm proves incompatible with the partial truths and necessary illusions that enable effective action in realms where endings are hidden rather than celebrated. Escape requires the courage to choose functional ignorance over paralyzing wisdom, embracing the limitations that make mortal existence possible, while retaining enough shadow understanding to navigate life's inevitable transitions with dignity rather than denial. In the end, escape from the Shadowfell represents not victory over darkness, but successful negotiation with the cosmic forces that ensure consciousness remains capable of growth through experience, rather than paralysis through premature enlightenment. The marks left by shadow exposure serve as permanent reminders that all realms offer only partial perspectives on existence's true nature, and that wisdom lies not in achieving complete understanding, but in learning to function gracefully within whatever limitations current circumstances require. Chapter 12. Legacy of Eternal Twilight. Truth leaves marks that outlast the civilizations that discover it, and the Shadowfell's existence casts shadows that reach far beyond its gray borders, to influence how consciousness throughout the multiverse comprehends the fundamental relationship between existence and ending. The plane serves not merely as repository for the universe's accumulated sorrows, but as a cosmic teaching instrument that ensures mortality retains its meaning by providing a realm where death's lessons can be learned without the permanent consequence of dying. Its legacy permeates reality like darkness, defining light, creating the essential contrast that allows life to understand itself. The philosophical impact of the Shadowfell extends throughout mortal civilizations in ways both subtle and profound, shaping cultural attitudes toward death that might otherwise develop into harmful extremes of denial or obsession. Societies that remain unaware of the plane's existence still benefit from its influence, as the cosmic balance it maintains prevents the universe from becoming either a realm of perpetual stagnation, where nothing ever ends, or a chaotic void, where beginnings lose meaning through the absence of conclusions. The plane's mere existence serves as a stabilizing force that ensures mortality retains its proper weight in the scales of cosmic significance. The great philosophers throughout history, who have intuited the Shadowfell's essential truths without direct knowledge of its physical reality, demonstrate how the plane's influence operates through pure conceptual resonance. The ancient sage Memento, whose meditations on mortality's role in creating meaning influenced entire schools of ethical thought, described experiences that closely parallel documented encounters with shadow realm phenomena. His famous observation that death is the horizon that gives shape to the landscape of life reflects understanding that could only emerge from consciousness touched by the plane's essential wisdom. The artistic traditions that emerge in cultures exposed to shadow influence reveal distinctive characteristics that set them apart from purely material plane-inspired creativity. These works typically demonstrate what scholars term temporal honesty, a consistent acknowledgement of impermanence that paradoxically makes the art more rather than less beautiful. Shadow-influenced poetry speaks of love with full awareness of its inevitable conclusion, Shadow-touched music incorporates silence as a fundamental element rather than an absence to be filled, and shadow-inspired visual arts use darkness not as contrast to light, but as a complementary force necessary for complete understanding. The theological implications of the Shadowfell's existence continue to challenge religious thinkers across all planes and cultures, forcing them to grapple with questions about divine justice that cannot be answered through conventional moral frameworks. If the plane serves a necessary cosmic function, then the suffering it contains cannot be dismissed as mere evil to be overcome. Instead, theologians must develop understanding that can accommodate sorrow as sacred rather than sinful, depression as potentially illuminating rather than simply destructive, and endings as divine gifts rather than cosmic failures. The unified Church of Final Understanding represents perhaps the most sophisticated theological response to shadow revelation, developing doctrines that treat the Shadowfell as evidence of divine compassion rather than divine cruelty. According to their interpretation, the plane demonstrates that the universe cares enough about consciousness to provide a realm where the most difficult lessons of existence can be learned safely, where souls can experience absolute truth about mortality without being destroyed by that knowledge. Their liturgies include prayers of gratitude for the existence of a realm that allows such education, treating shadow exposure as a form of harsh mercy. The impact on magical theory has proved equally profound, as understanding the Shadowfell's nature requires fundamental revision of assumptions about the relationship between positive and negative forces in cosmic order. Traditional magical thinking treats life and death as opposing energies, but shadow magic reveals them as complementary aspects of a unified system where neither can exist without the other. This understanding has led to entirely new schools of magical practice that work with rather than against entropy, finding power in acceptance rather than resistance. The Academy of Integrated Mysteries has spent centuries developing magical curricula that incorporate shadow principles without requiring direct exposure to the plane's psychologically challenging environment. Their techniques allow students to learn the theoretical foundations of entropy magic while maintaining sufficient emotional distance to avoid the depression and nihilism that can result from premature exposure to absolute truth about mortality. This approach produces mages who understand death's cosmic function, while retaining the hope and enthusiasm necessary for effective action in material plane contexts. The political ramifications of shadow knowledge continue to influence governmental systems throughout the civilized multiverse, as leaders struggle to develop policies that acknowledge mortality's reality, without undermining the social structures that depend on citizens maintaining investment in temporary achievements. Some kingdoms have established shadow councils, composed of individuals who have experienced the plane's influence and can provide perspective on long-term consequences that purely mortal thinking cannot encompass. The Kingdom of Avaleth has implemented perhaps the most comprehensive integration of shadow wisdom into governmental structure, requiring all members of the royal succession to spend 1 year in the Shadowfell before assuming leadership responsibilities. This practice ensures that rulers possess first-hand understanding of mortality's weight and meaning, creating a leadership class that can make decisions based on genuine acceptance of their own temporary nature, rather than delusions of permanent significance. The kingdom's policies reflect this influence through their emphasis on sustainable practices and intergenerational thinking that considers consequences extending far beyond current lifespans. The economic implications prove equally complex, as shadow-influenced thinking challenges fundamental assumptions about growth, accumulation, and progress that underlie most commercial systems. Merchants who have experienced the plane's influence often develop what economists term entropy-aware commerce, business practices that acknowledge the temporary nature of all material achievements, while still engaging productively with market forces. These individuals typically demonstrate reduced susceptibility to greed while maintaining effectiveness in competitive environments. The psychological support systems that have developed around shadow-touched individuals represent new forms of therapeutic practice that blend conventional healing with philosophical counseling, designed to help patients integrate cosmic perspective with daily functionality. The Guild of Shadow Counselors has established training programs for therapists who specialize in helping individuals process experiences of absolute truth about mortality, developing techniques that can provide comfort without undermining the valuable insights that shadow exposure provides. The research conducted by these therapeutic practitioners reveals consistent patterns in how consciousness adapts to cosmic-level understanding of mortality's role in existence. Initial exposure typically produces crisis as familiar mental frameworks prove inadequate for processing shadow revelations, followed by a period of reconstruction where new perspectives gradually develop that can accommodate both ultimate truth and practical necessity. The final stage involves integration, where individuals learn to function effectively while maintaining awareness of the cosmic context that gives meaning to mortal action. The educational implications continue to challenge institutions throughout the multiverse, as traditional curricula prove insufficient for preparing minds to engage with shadow-level truths about existence. Some advanced academies have developed preparatory courses that gradually introduce students to concepts of cosmic mortality, using carefully controlled exposure to shadow principles to build psychological resilience before any direct planar contact occurs. These programs produce graduates who can serve as cultural bridges, helping societies process shadow influence without being overwhelmed by its implications. The artistic legacy of shadow influence extends beyond individual creators to encompass entire cultural movements dedicated to exploring the intersection between beauty and mortality. The Twilight Renaissance produced architectural marvels that incorporate shadow principles into their design, creating spaces that feel both magnificent and temporary, inspiring awe while acknowledging the inevitability of their own eventual decay. These buildings serve as physical manifestations of shadow wisdom, teaching visitors about the relationship between permanence and impermanence through direct aesthetic experience. The military applications of shadow understanding have revolutionized strategic thinking in conflicts throughout the planes, as commanders who comprehend mortality's cosmic significance develop approaches to warfare that acknowledge both its necessity and its ultimate futility. Shadow-influenced military doctrine emphasizes conflict resolution over conquest, recognizing that all victories are temporary, while seeking to minimize the suffering that warfare inevitably produces. These approaches often prove more effective than traditional strategies, precisely because they work with rather than against the fundamental forces that govern cosmic order. The technological developments inspired by shadow exposure demonstrate how cosmic perspective can enhance rather than undermine innovation and discovery. Inventors who understand the temporary nature of all technological achievements often produce designs that emphasize sustainability and graceful obsolescence, creating technologies that serve their purposes effectively while acknowledging their own eventual replacement. This approach results in innovations that integrate more harmoniously with natural systems while providing more satisfaction to their users. The legacy of the Shadowfell ultimately reveals itself as a form of cosmic education that ensures consciousness throughout the multiverse maintains healthy relationship with mortality rather than developing pathological denial or obsession. The plane serves as reality's reminder that death gives meaning to life not through opposition, but through completion, that endings provide the context necessary for beginnings to matter, and that the universe cares enough about consciousness to provide a realm where these essential truths can be learned safely. The ongoing influence of shadow wisdom continues to evolve as new generations of philosophers, artists, leaders, and ordinary individuals encounter the plane's teachings and find ways to integrate them into the fabric of multiverse civilization. Each successful integration strengthens the cosmic web of understanding that helps consciousness navigate the fundamental tensions between hope and acceptance, striving and surrender, temporary achievement and eternal truth. The plane's greatest gift to existence lies not in the specific revelations it provides, but in its demonstration that truth and functionality need not be mutually exclusive. That consciousness can bear the weight of cosmic understanding while still finding joy in temporary experiences, and that wisdom about endings enhances rather than diminishes appreciation for beginnings. In teaching these lessons, The Shadowfell fulfills its cosmic function as the realm where death instructs life in the art of meaningful existence. As civilizations throughout the multiverse continue to grapple with the implications of mortality in an universe that spans infinite possibilities, the Shadowfell stands as permanent testament to the necessity of endings in creating meaning. Its eternal twilight serves not as threat but as promise. Assurance that no matter how complex existence becomes, how vast consciousness grows, or how far reality expands, there will always remain a place where the fundamental truths about mortality's role in cosmic order can be encountered, processed, and integrated into the ongoing symphony of existence, exploring its own nature. The legacy of eternal twilight thus becomes a form of cosmic inheritance, passed from generation to generation of conscious beings, ensuring that the wisdom earned through confronting mortality's reality continues to enrich understanding of what it means to exist in a universe where every moment matters precisely because moments do not last forever. In this ultimate teaching, shadow and light reveal themselves as partners rather than opponents, working together to create the conditions where consciousness can discover its true nature through the patient exploration of all that it means to be alive in a cosmos that celebrates existence by ensuring it retains the preciousness that comes only from its own inevitable, necessary, and ultimately beautiful conclusion.